0 to God in one childhood, this kid turned loneliness into the most terrifying pack in existence. Divine dogs, Nue lightning spam, Max elephant tsunamis, and mahoraga adaptation cheese. He made Kurama his ride or die, bodied every final boss. Naruto with 10 shadows wasn't a ninja. He was the new apocalypse.
The bridge was gone. Half of it anyway. Sheared clean off by a wall of pressurized water that had no business existing in nature. Haku lay in the shallows 40 meters downstream, ice mirrors dissolving into mist around her broken body. Zabuza stood frozen mid-step, his massive sword caught in the grip of something he couldn't name. And in the center of it all, a 12-year-old boy stood on what remained of the structure with blood running down both arms, 5 living shadows arranged behind him like a war council, and an expression on his face that said he'd been ready for this since breakfast. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, the man who had seen everything worth seeing in 30 years of active combat, looked at his student and thought, I have made a serious miscalculation about this kid. But that moment, that apocalyptic, bridge-shattering, country-reshaping moment, was the middle of the story. The beginning was much smaller. The beginning was an empty apartment and a lonely hand pressed against a moonlit wall. Naruto Uzumaki was 5 years old the first time his shadow moved on its own. The apartment on the east side of Konoha's residential district had 3 rooms if you were generous with the definition, a kitchen that doubled as a living space, a bathroom with a toilet that ran unless you jiggled the handle twice, and a bedroom barely large enough for the mattress on the floor. The walls were thin. He could hear his neighbors through them most nights, families eating dinner together, parents reading stories to their children, the kind of mundane warmth that other people took for granted because they'd never known anything else. Naruto knew something else. He knew silence. He knew the particular weight of an evening that stretches on forever because there is nobody coming home to break it. He knew what it felt like to be 5 years old and understand, in the way children understand things they can't articulate, that the world had decided he was something to be avoided. The moonlight came through his window at an angle that night, full and white and heavy, the kind that paints everything in silver. His shadow stretched long across the far wall, exaggerated and tall, the shape of a boy who was much bigger than he actually was. He lifted his hands, made a shape. A dog, 2 ears, a snout, the classic shadow puppet that every child figures out eventually. He barked at the wall, made the mouth move, giggled at himself because there was nobody else to giggle at. The shadow barked back. Naruto froze. His hands were still up. The dog shape on the wall was still there, but it was moving independently now. The ears twitching, the snout opening and closing, and then the entire shape peeled away from the wall like paint in reverse and tumbled onto the floor of his bedroom in a heap of darkness that solidified into fur and warmth and tiny, desperate whimpering. 2 puppies. One black as ink, one white as fresh snow, both shivering on his bedroom floor, blinking up at him with eyes that reflected moonlight like wet stones. Naruto didn't scream. A different child might have. A child who had been taught that strange things were dangerous. A child who had adults to run to. Might have panicked and fled the room. Naruto dropped to his knees and gathered them both into his arms before they could disappear. "Hey," he whispered, because whispers were all he had, and these creatures were small enough to deserve them. "Hey, it's okay. I got you." The black one nipped at his chin. The white one buried its face against his chest and shook. They were warm, real, alive in a way that shadows had no business being. And from the moment those 2 small bodies pressed against his, Naruto Uzumaki was never truly alone again. He named them the next morning over a shared cup of instant ramen broth. The black one got the name Kuro, and the white one got the name Shiro. Because Naruto was 5 and creativity was less important than the fact that they were his, and they needed names that proved it. He did not know what the 10 Shadows technique was. He did not know that his mother's bloodline carried something ancient, a yin release Kege Genkai that had surfaced once every few generations in her clan before the whirlpools swallowed Uzushio whole. He did not know that the two puppies currently eating leftover rice off his floor were called divine dogs, or that they were the foundation of a power system that could reshape the landscape of the shinobi world. He knew they were his. That was enough to start. The Hokage found out within a week. It was difficult to hide two growing shadow puppies in a village full of trained killers, and Naruto had never been particularly gifted at subtlety anyway. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, arrived at the apartment on a Tuesday afternoon to find the black puppy growling at him from the doorway and the white puppy sitting in Naruto's lap while the boy tried to feed it a rice ball. "Naruto," the old man said, and his voice carried something complicated. "Where did these come from?" "My shadow," Naruto said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "I made a dog shape and they fell out." Hiruzen stared at the puppies. They stared back at him. The white one with cautious curiosity. The black one with the kind of naked aggression that said, "Try it and find out." The Hokage recognized what he was looking at. He was old enough to have read the scrolls from Uzushio, old enough to remember the reports about the rare shadow wielders who had surfaced in the Uzumaki bloodline centuries ago. The technique had been considered extinct. Apparently, it was just waiting for the right vessel. "You can keep them," Hiruzen said. He knelt down and offered the back of his hand to the white puppy. It sniffed him once, deemed him acceptable, and returned to its rice ball. "But you have to be careful, Naruto. Do you understand?" "They're my family," Naruto said. He said it with the absolute certainty that only children possess, the kind of statement that brokers zero negotiation because the speaker has already decided it is fact. Hiruzen looked at the boy, looked at the shadows that had become flesh, looked at the apartment that was too small and too cold and too empty for a child his age. "Yes," the Hokage had said softly. "I suppose they are." The years that followed were the years that built Naruto Uzumaki into the person the world would eventually have to reckon with. He raised them. That sounds simple. It was anything but. Divine dogs, as it turned out, grew fast. By the time Naruto was 6, they were the size of large house cats. By 7, they were the size of hunting dogs. By 8, they could look him in the eye while standing on all fours. And they were hungry, always hungry, consuming chakra, the way growing things consume food, pulling from Naruto's reserves in quantities that would have left any other child bedridden. Naruto had reserves that weren't normal. The Nine Tails saw to that, not its chakra directly, but the sheer volume of Naruto's own network, expanded and reinforced by the seal to contain something that shouldn't be containable. His stamina was absurd, his recovery time was absurd, and the divine dogs thrived on it, growing larger and denser and more real with every passing month. He trained with them instinctively. Nobody taught him how. There were no scrolls for this technique, no living practitioners to study under. It was trial and error, play that became practice, practice that became proficiency. He learned to move with them the way a pack learns to move together, aware of their positions without looking, trusting their instincts the way they trusted his commands. The black one, Kuro, was always first to fight. If someone threw a rock at Naruto in the streets, Kuro was already moving before it landed, closing the distance with his lips pulled back and a growl that came from somewhere deeper than his chest. He was aggression given form, protection expressed as violence, and he loved Naruto with the kind of ferocity that left marks on anyone who got too close. The white one, Shiro, was the one who stayed. When Naruto had bad nights, and there were bad nights, nights where the loneliness pressed in, and even having the dogs couldn't feel the shape of what was missing, Shiro would lay across his feet and breathe with him until the shaking stopped. Shiro was warmth. Shiro was the steady heartbeat in the dark that said, I'm here, I'm still here. By the time Naruto was 9, both dogs were the size of horses. They could carry him on their backs. They could clear a training field of practice dummies in under 10 seconds. And they had become something the village could no longer ignore. 2 massive shadow-born wolves flanking a blonde boy through the market district, their paws leaving prints of yin chakra on the cobblestones, their presence radiating an energy that made people step back and find somewhere else to be. The reactions were complicated. The civilians who already hated Naruto for what he carried now hated him louder. but from a greater distance because the wolves had teeth and the wolves had opinions about personal space. The shinobi who noticed, and they all noticed, responded differently depending on who they were. Some of them respected it. A kid raising 2 shadow beasts alone? That took something. Some of them feared it. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with a technique nobody could explain? That was a variable. And some of them, a very few, saw the boy underneath the wolves and felt something break inside their chest for a kid who had raised his own family out of darkness because the world refused to give him one made of light. Iruku Mino was one of those people. The academy years were strange for Naruto. He was still loud, still brash, still the kid who laughed too hard and talked too much and wanted everyone's attention because attention was the next best thing to affection. But underneath that, underneath the performance, there was a competence that the other students couldn't quite reconcile with the class clown image. He watched people. His pack had taught him that. Wolves communicate in body language and positioning, in the angle of an ear or the tension of a shoulder, and Naruto had spent years learning to read those signals. He applied the same skill to humans without realizing he was doing it, and it made him eerily perceptive in ways that occasionally unnerved his classmates. He knew Sasuke Uchiha was hurting before anyone else noticed. He knew because Sasuke carried himself the way a lone wolf carries itself, tight and guarded, and ready to snap at anything that got close enough to be a threat. Naruto recognized it. He recognized the shape of loneliness worn as armor because he'd worn it himself before the puppies came. He didn't say anything about it. He filed it away. He watched and he waited, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he marked Sasuke as someone who needed a pack and didn't know how to ask for one. Sakura Haruno was bright and loud and obsessed with Sasuke, in the way that children are obsessed with things they don't fully understand. Naruto liked her energy. She reminded him of the sun, if the sun were slightly terrifying and had a right hook that could crack a training post. He didn't chase her the way canon demanded. He had the wolves. He had purpose. His loneliness had been answered years ago by 2 shivering puppies. And while he could appreciate Sakura's fire from a distance, he wasn't desperate enough to make a fool of himself over something he didn't need. This Naruto sat in the back of the classroom with Kuro's massive head in his lap and Shiro guarding the door. And when the instructors talked about chakra theory, he listened, actually listened, because every piece of information was a potential tool for making his pack stronger. He graduated at 12, middle of the class on paper, because written tests still bored him half to death, and he refused to perform for an audience that had never performed for him. But every combat instructor at the academy knew the truth. The kid with the wolves was operating on a level that the ranking system couldn't properly measure. On graduation day, he walked out of the academy with a headband around his forehead and both divine dogs at his flanks, massive now, each one the size of a small carriage, their shadows blending with his until it was impossible to tell where the boy ended and the pack began. People stared. Children pointed. Parents pulled their kids behind them. Naruto kept walking. He'd stopped caring about the stares years ago. You don't need the approval of people who watch from windows when you've got a pack that would die for you and a shadow that answers when you call. The night Mizuki came for him was the night Naruto learned something important about himself. He was willing to escalate. It started the way betrayals always start, with a lie wrapped in kindness. Mizuki told him about the scroll, told him it was a secret test, told him that stealing it would prove he deserved the headband he'd earned. It was clumsy manipulation, the kind that only works on someone desperate enough to believe it. Naruto wasn't desperate anymore. He was curious. He took the scroll anyway, opened it in the woods outside the village perimeter, and read what was inside. Because information was a tool, and tools were how you kept your pack alive. He found the shadow clone technique. Interesting, but redundant. Why make copies of himself when he could make things that were stronger than him? He kept reading. Found other things. Filed them away. Mizuki found him an hour later. The Chunin instructor dropped from the trees with a pair of massive shuriken on his back and a smile that had gone wrong at the edges. Iruka was somewhere behind him, bleeding from wounds Naruto could smell but couldn't see yet. Naruto, Mizuki said, and his voice was the voice of someone who had already committed. Do you know why the village hates you? The divine dog stepped out of the tree line behind Naruto. Both of them. Kuro's hackles were raised so high his spine looked like a mountain range. Shiro's eyes tracked Mizuki with the patience of something that had decided to wait before it struck. Mizuki talked anyway. He talked about the Nine Tails. He talked about the seal. He talked about the monster, the demon, the thing inside the boy. All the words the village whispered when they thought Naruto couldn't hear them. Naruto listened. His face gave nothing away. The fox that destroyed the village, Mizuki said, grinning now, is sealed inside you. The forest went silent. Even the insects stopped. I know, Naruto said. Mizuki's grin faltered. The Hokage told me when I was 8. Naruto's voice was flat, conversational. I asked him why people looked at me like that, and he told me the truth because I deserved the truth. So yeah, I know about the fox. I've known for years. And if you think that changes anything about what's about to happen to you, he looked at his wolves, looked back at Mizuki. You're dumber than I thought. Mizuki's face twisted. The pretense of superiority collapsed into something uglier. Naked contempt, the kind that comes from a man who has just realized his leverage doesn't exist. He grabbed both shuriken from his back and hurled them, spinning, aimed to kill. Kuro blurred. The word is accurate. He was there, and then he was between, and the first shuriken caught in his jaws like a frisbee, while Shiro's body blocked the second. Metal screamed against shadow-dense fur and slid off without purchase. The wolves were too real, too solid, too fed on years of chakra and loyalty to be pierced by something as trivial as thrown steel. Mizuki stumbled back. His face was a story, disbelief first, then fear, then the stubborn anger of a man who refuses to accept the situation in front of him. Tricks. He's shadow tricks from a demon brat. Naruto was already moving. His hand formed a sign, something he'd been thinking about for weeks. A shape his instincts had been whispering to him in the dark, when the shadows felt thick and alive and hungry for more. He'd never done this before. He'd only felt the possibility of it, the way you feel a sneeze building before it arrives. But Mizuki was a threat, and Naruto's pack was good, but his pack was two wolves, and this was a grown shinobi who had been killing people since before Naruto could walk. In the dark, in the woods, with variables everywhere, Naruto wanted more. He pressed his palms together, taming ritual, Nue. The shadows behind him erupted. Something massive tore itself out of the darkness between the trees, emerging piece by piece like a nightmare, assembling itself in real time. An owl's body, enormous and feathered in shades of purple so deep they looked black. A monkey's face, contorted and screaming. Tiger claws, each one longer than Naruto's forearm, crackling with the smell of ozone and raw electrical discharge. The air temperature dropped. Lightning arcs between its wings in patterns that didn't follow the rules of natural electricity. Noe screamed. The sound hit Naruto's chest like a physical blow, a frequency that said, "Predator, run, you are meat and I am teeth." And then Noe turned on him. Naruto had known it would. The instinct that guided the Ten Shadows technique was clear on this point. Every shikigami beyond the divine dogs had to be earned, and earning meant fighting. Alone. With whatever you already had and whatever will you could muster. Noe's first strike was a lightning bolt from its beak that split the air where Naruto's head had been a half-second earlier. He rolled, came up running, and barked a single command. Flank left! Kuro was already there. The black wolf hit Noe's left side like a freight train, jaws clamping on the base of a wing and pulling. Shiro hit the right, going for the hindquarters, trying to ground the thing before it could take flight and turn the fight into an aerial massacre. Noe thrashed. Its tail, serpentine, scaled, dripping venom, whipped around and caught Shiro across the ribs, sending the white wolf tumbling. Kuro held on, snarling, but Noe's tiger claws raked across his flank and drew shadow blood that hissed when it hit the ground. Naruto was already in close. He'd been running the entire time the wolves were engaging, using them as a distraction the way a pack uses movement to create openings. His taijutsu was raw at 12, more brawler than technique, but his body was dense with chakra and his will was a physical thing that you could feel pressing against your skin. He jumped, got both hands on Nue's monkey face, and hung on while the beast bucked and screamed. Lightning crawled across his arms. It burned. It burned in a way that made his vision white out at the edges, but he held. His legs wrapped around the creature's neck. His teeth were clenched so hard he tasted blood from his own tongue. Noi threw him. He hit a tree. The trunk cracked behind him. He landed, rolled, stood up bleeding from his nose and both ears, and charged again. The second time, Kuro was in position. The black wolf hit Noi's back legs at the exact moment Naruto hit its front. A coordinated strike, half instinct and half training. The kind of teamwork that only comes from years of living in each other's space. Nu went down. Naruto rode it to the earth, one arm hooked around its throat, the other driving an elbow into the junction where monkey skull met owl spine. He hit it again, again, again. Each strike packed with every ounce of yin chakra his shadow-soaked body could produce. The lightning died first, then the thrashing. Then, slowly, the creature beneath him went still, not dead, but yielded. Its head lowered, its wings folded. Something in the air shifted, like a contract being signed in a language older than words. Naruto rolled off its back and lay on the forest floor, gasping, staring at the canopy overhead. His entire body was one continuous bruise. His hands were burned black from the lightning. Blood ran from cuts he hadn't felt yet. But when he lifted his head, Noi was watching him, waiting, obedient. He stood, turned to face Mizuki, who had been watching this entire exchange from 20 meters away, with an expression that had gone through fear and come out the other side into something like religious horror. Naruto's voice was steady. His eyes were steady. Get him! The lightning bolt that left Noi's beak crossed the distance in less time than it took Mizuki to blink. It hit him center mass, and the Chunin went backward into a tree so hard the wood splintered around his body. He didn't get up. He wouldn't be getting up for a long time. The electrical burns alone were enough to ensure that. The forest smelled like ozone and charred bark. Naruto stood in the clearing with Kuro and Shiro at his sides, and a massive lightning owl perched in the branches above him, and he breathed. That was the scene Iruka stumbled into 3 minutes later. The Chunin instructor, wounded and desperate, crashing through the underbrush, expecting to find his student in danger, and instead finding his student standing in a clearing that looked like a bombing range with 3 supernatural creatures arrayed around him like an honor guard. Iruka stopped. His injuries, the shuriken wounds in his back, the exhaustion from running, all of it became secondary to the recalculation happening behind his eyes. Naruto? His voice cracked on the name. Naruto turned. And despite everything, despite the blood and the power and the lightning still crackling in the air, he smiled. A genuine, warm 12-year-old smile that didn't match anything else about the scene. Hey, Iruka-sensei. He wiped blood off his chin with the back of his hand. Mizuki was trying to steal the scroll. I stopped him. Iruka looked at the unconscious body of his former colleague, looked at the wolves, looked at the owl thing that was watching him from the trees with eyes like burning circuits. Yeah, Iruka said faintly. Yeah, you did. He sat down heavily on a root and tried to reconcile everything he thought he knew about the boy in front of him with what he was seeing right now. The reconciliation failed. He would need several days and a lot of sake before it succeeded. Team assignments happened 3 days later. Naruto sat in the classroom with Kuro curled around his desk like a massive furry barrier, and Shiro lying across the doorway because old habits die hard. The other students gave him a wide berth, not out of cruelty anymore, but out of the instinctive respect that comes from seeing something that could eat you if it wanted to, and has chosen, for the moment, to be polite about it. Sasuke glanced at the wolves from his seat by the window. His expression was complicated. He'd seen them grow over the years, watched them go from large dogs to something that belonged in a storybook about ancient wars. He'd never commented on them, never asked, but he watched. He always watched. Sakura was trying very hard to focus on the team assignments and very hard to ignore the fact that Kuro was eyeing her lunch bag with undisguised interest. Team 7, Iruka announced. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Jonin Sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto nodded. He'd expected this. Rookie of the Year paired with the dead last was standard balancing. The fact that his dead last status was based entirely on written exams and a refusal to show his full hand during sparring evaluations was something the system hadn't accounted for. Kakashi arrived 3 hours late, which everyone would later agree was on brand. He pushed open the classroom door, saw the massive white wolf lying across the threshold, and paused. Shiro lifted his head, looked at Kakashi, decided the silver-haired man was acceptable, moved. Kakashi stepped over the wolf with the careful nonchalance of a man who has made a career out of appearing unbothered by things that absolutely bother him. "Yo," he said, "meet me on the roof." His single visible eye swept the room, landed on Naruto, lingered on the wolves, and betrayed nothing. "Bring your friends." The bell test happened the following morning at Training Ground 7. 2 bells, 3 students. A jonin who was, by every available metric, one of the 5 most dangerous people in the village. Kakashi stood in the center of the clearing with both hands in his pockets, and his posture communicating maximum disinterest. "Come at me with the intent to kill," he said, "or you won't get a bell." Sakura hesitated. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Naruto did nothing visible. "Begin." Sakura disappeared into the tree line. Textbook evasion. Good instincts. Sasuke launched forward immediately, closing distance with a speed that was genuinely impressive for a fresh genin. His taijutsu was crisp, well-practiced, each strike aimed at exploit points in Kakashi's guard. Kakashi handled him with one hand. Literally one hand. The other stayed in his pocket while he deflected, redirected, and eventually launched Sasuke into the pond with a casual hip throw that made the Uchiha's dignity suffer more than his body. Then Kakashi waited. His eyes swept the clearing. Naruto was gone, not hiding in the trees, not concealed behind a bush. Gone. The spot where he'd been standing at the start of the test was empty, and there was a shadow on the ground that was slightly too dark, slightly too deep, in a way that your eye wanted to slide off of without fully registering. Kakashi's hand came out of his pocket. His posture shifted, subtle but meaningful. He was paying attention now. The attack came from above. Noe dropped out of the sky like a missile, and the lightning that preceded it wasn't aimed at Kakashi. It struck the ground 6 meters to his left, exactly where his instincts told him to dodge. He read it, went right instead. The white wolf was waiting on the right. Shiro hit Kakashi's ankle, a sweeping strike, low and fast, the kind of thing you use to unbalance rather than damage. Kakashi's footing shifted. He compensated. His Sharingan eye was still covered, but his combat instincts were screaming in a way they hadn't screamed against Genin in 15 years. Kuro came from the left, behind the lightning strike's aftermath, using the flash blindness as cover. Massive jaws clamped on Kakashi's right arm, his weapon arm, and held. The wolf's weight was enormous. Kakashi's feet slid on the grass, and then the shadow at Kakashi's feet moved. Naruto rose out of it like a diver surfacing from black water, smooth, silent, already in motion. A kunai in his hand, edge pressed against the side of Kakashi's throat. Close enough for the metal to be cold against skin. Close enough that even a Jonin's reflexes would lose the race between dodge and slice at this range. The clearing was frozen. Sakura had emerged from the trees, mouth open. Sasuke was standing knee-deep in the pond, water dripping off him, eyes so wide the white showed all the way around. "A lone wolf died, Sensei." Naruto's voice was even, almost friendly. "But the pack survives." Kakashi stood very still for a very long moment. The kunai pressed against his neck. The wolf held his arm. The lightning bird circled overhead. The other wolf blocked any retreat to his left. Then Kakashi laughed. A real laugh, surprised, genuine, pulled out of him against his better judgment. "Well," he said, "that's interesting." He substituted out. The log appeared in its place so fast that even Naruto's kunai only nicked bark and reappeared on the branch of a tree at the clearing's edge. His eye was curved in what might have been a smile. His body language said something had shifted in his assessment, permanently. I haven't seen coordination like that from a genin. His gaze tracked between the wolves, the bird, and the boy, or from most chunin, if I'm being honest. Sasuke was still staring. Something was working behind his eyes, something hungry that he didn't know how to name and wouldn't admit to feeling. Sakura's expression had gone through surprise and arrived at something like awe. How? How did you get into his shadow? That's not a regular jutsu. Team 7 passes, Kakashi said. He dropped from the branch. Both hands went back into his pockets. Be here tomorrow at 7. I'll be here at 10. He turned and walked away, and if his pace was slightly faster than his usual slouch, nobody mentioned it. The bells were still on his hip. He'd never given them up, but he'd passed them anyway because what he'd just witnessed wasn't about bells. It was about something more important, the willingness to use every available asset in perfect coordination. The willingness to work as a unit. Naruto recalled Nue with a gesture. The lightning bird dissolved into shadow and slid back into the dark at his feet. Shiro and Kuro took their positions at his flanks. He looked at Sasuke, still dripping in the pond, and offered him a hand up. Sasuke stared at the hand for 3 full seconds. Then he took it. That was... Sasuke started, stopped, started again. How many of those things do you have? Naruto grinned. The first genuine grin of the morning, the one that was all teeth and warmth and the particular joy of someone who has been seen clearly for the first time by someone whose opinion matters. 3 so far, he said, working on more. Sasuke didn't say anything else, but he didn't let go of Naruto's hand right away, either. The weeks between the Bell Test and the Wave Country mission were not idle for Naruto. They were never idle. The 10 Shadows technique demanded growth, and growth demanded risk. And Naruto was not the kind of person who shied away from risk when it served his pack's survival. He tamed his 4th shikigami alone, at midnight, in a training ground he'd booked under a fake name. The Toad, a massive amphibian with a tongue like a steel cable and reflexes that nearly cost him his left eye. The fight lasted 40 minutes and left him unconscious in the grass until dawn. But when he woke up, the Toad was sitting beside him, waiting. 4 shikigami. 2 divine dogs, a lightning beast, and a creature whose tongue could catch a sword in mid-swing. The pack was growing. He trained with his team during the days, running D-rank missions that bored him to tears but gave him time to observe, to learn how Sasuke moved, to learn how Sakura thought, to understand the patterns of people who might one day need his pack's protection, whether they asked for it or not. Kakashi watched all of this. The Jonin was reading his book most of the time, that obscene orange novel he carried everywhere. But his eye tracked Naruto during training with a focus that said he was cataloging everything. The shadow travel, the way the wolves responded to nonverbal commands, the way Nue could be deployed as artillery from a range that made most ninjutsu look short-sighted. You're going to need to show me the full extent of what you can do, Kakashi said one afternoon. Eventually. Naruto looked up from where he was scratching behind Kuro's ears. Why? Because I need to know what tools my team has if I'm going to keep us alive on real missions. Kakashi turned a page. And because whatever you're building, it's bigger than you're showing, I can tell. Naruto smiled. It was the smile of someone who appreciated being read correctly. Ask me again after Wave. He said, the Land of Wave's mission started as a simple escort. Tazuna the bridge builder needed protection from bandits on the road. C rank. Straightforward. A good first mission for a team that was still finding its rhythm. It stopped being straightforward when the demon brothers emerged from a puddle in the road and wrapped Kakashi in a bladed chain. Naruto reacted before the chain finished tightening. Kuro hit the left brother, Shiro hit the right, both wolves clamping down on arms, breaking the chain's tension, creating space. By the time Kakashi revealed his substitution and the brothers realized they'd been played, both of them were pinned under wolves that weighed as much as horses and had absolutely zero interest in letting them up. It took 4 seconds from ambush to resolution. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Sasuke lowered the kunai he'd drawn and hadn't needed to use. Sakura unclenched her jaw. Well, Kakashi said, brushing bark off his vest. That was efficient. Tazuna, pale and shaking, admitted the truth about the mission's real danger. Gato, Zabuza Momochi, the Demon of the Mist, A-rank threat at minimum. The team voted to continue, Sasuke because pride demanded it, Sakura because she wouldn't be the one to quit, and Naruto because his pack didn't run from fights. Zusa came with the mist. It rolled in across the water like a living thing, dense and white and carrying the taste of iron on its edges. Visibility dropped to 0 in less than 10 seconds. Kakashi's hand went to his headband, pulling it up to reveal the Sharingan underneath. Protect Tazuna, Kakashi said. His voice was tight. Don't engage. Zabuza's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. 8 points, it whispered. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which shall I choose? Sakura trembled. Sasuke's hand was white-knuckled on his kunai. Tazuna was making sounds that weren't words. Naruto tilted his head, inhaled, looked at Kuro and Shiro. They smelled blood. Both wolves walked, heads snapped to the left. 40 degrees off from where everyone else was guessing Zabuza's position might be. Their lips peeled back. Their growls were subsonic, felt in the chest rather than heard by the ears. Zabuza emerged from the mist with his massive cleaver already swinging. He'd chosen the angle where the wolves weren't looking, or where he thought they weren't looking. Kuro intercepted. The black wolf's body slammed into the flat of the blade, redirecting its arc just enough that it whistled past Tazuna's head with inches to spare. Shiro hit Zabuza's legs from the other side, forcing the assassin into a jump that Kakashi was already capitalizing on. The fight between Kakashi and Zabuza was Jonin-level combat, fast, violent, and measured in heartbeats rather than seconds. Water clones. Water prison jutsu. The kind of battle that Jonin were supposed to watch, not participate in. Naruto didn't watch. When Zabuza trapped Kakashi in a water prison sphere, immobilizing the Jonin inside a globe of chakra-laced water, Naruto's response was immediate and overwhelming. No rose from the shadows behind Tazuna's guard formation. The toad surged forward, its tongue snapping out like a whip aimed at Zabuza's extended arm, the one maintaining the prison. Zabuza's eyes went wide. He'd been aware of the wolves. Hard to miss them. But the lightning bird and the tongue that was currently wrapping around his wrist were new variables his intelligence hadn't accounted for. The toad's grip was iron. Zabuza couldn't release the prison without losing his arm, and he couldn't maintain it while being pulled off balance. He chose his arm. The water prison collapsed. Kakashi surged free, already weaving hand signs. "Thanks," Kakashi managed, water streaming off his mask. "Handle it, sensei," Naruto said. "We've got Tazuna." Kakashi handled it. The fight ended with Zabuza pinned against a tree with multiple kunai and Kakashi's hand at his throat, right up until a hunter nin arrived and put Senbon through Zabuza's neck with the kind of precision that looked too clean to be a real kill. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the masked figure carrying Zabuza away. Kuro growled at the retreating shape. "That wasn't a kill," Naruto said flatly. Kakashi, already collapsing from chakra exhaustion, managed a nod before he hit the ground. "No," he agreed from the dirt. "It wasn't." They had a week before Zabuza would recover. A week to train, to prepare, to get ready for the real fight that was coming. Naruto spent that week in the forest surrounding Tazuna's village. He had a plan, the kind of plan that required something massive, something with enough force to reshape a battlefield, something that could handle threats his current shikigami weren't built for. He'd been feeling it for months. A presence in his shadow's depth that was large and heavy and patient in the way that mountains are patient. It was ready to be called. The question was whether Naruto was ready to fight it. He trained. He drilled shadow travel until he could enter and exit from any dark surface within 50 meters without conscious thought. He practiced coordinating all 4 shikigami simultaneously. Wolves flanking, Nue providing aerial lightning support, Toad securing variables with its tongue. The coordination improved daily, like a musician learning to play multiple instruments at once. Sasuke trained nearby. The Uchiha was climbing trees with chakra, a useful skill, a foundational one. But his eyes kept drifting to the shadows where Naruto's pack moved in silent formation. He never asked to join the training. He never asked how the technique worked, but the wanting was visible if you knew where to look. "You could train with us," Naruto offered one evening. "The pack doesn't bite much." Sasuke's expression flickered. For a moment, just a moment, something in him almost said yes. Then the walls went back up and he turned away. "I train alone," Sasuke said. Naruto let him go. He'd learned from the wolves that some creatures need to come to the pack on their own terms. You can't force trust. You can only make the offer and leave the door open. The bridge. The second fight. The moment everything escalated beyond what anyone on either side had planned for. Zabuza came back healthy and angry, and he brought Haku with him, the ice wielder, the masked boy with the Gege Genkai that could build prisons out of frozen air. The mist rolled in again. The bridge became a battleground. Kakashi engaged Zabuza directly. Sakura guarded Tazuna. Sasuke faced Haku and lost. The ice mirrors went up in a dome around the Uchiha, trapping him in a cage of reflections and senbon that came from every angle simultaneously. Sasuke was good. He was fast and he was fierce, and his eyes, the Sharingan awakening under pressure, a single tomoe spinning in each iris, could track the movement between mirrors. But tracking wasn't enough. Haku was faster than tracking. Senbon hit Sasuke in the arms, the legs, the shoulders. He was being dismantled piece by piece, accumulating damage that his pride refused to acknowledge until his knees buckled and he went down. Naruto saw it happen. He was across the bridge. He'd been handling Zabuza's water clones with the Toad and Nue while Kakashi fought the original. But he saw Sasuke fall inside the dome, and something in his chest went cold. He left the clones to his shikigami and ran for the ice dome. Wolves at his flanks, lightning bird overhead. He hit the dome with everything he had. Kuro slammed against the ice with his full weight. The mirror cracked but reformed instantly. Shiro clawed at the base, same result. Nue's lightning struck the apex and ran off the surface like water on glass, conducted away by the crystal structure. The ice was too dense. Too perfectly constructed. Self-repairing and reinforced by a Keke Genkai that bent nature itself. His current arsenal wasn't enough. Inside the dome, Sasuke was trying to stand, blood running down his face, one eye swollen shut. Still fighting, still refusing to stay down, because that was who Sasuke was. Someone who would rather die on his feet than live on his knees. Naruto felt the presence in his shadow stir. The big one. The one he'd been saving for exactly this kind of moment. "Sasuke," he shouted at the dome. "Hold on, I'm getting you out." He pulled a kunai, cut his palm open. A deep cut, deliberate, the blood welling fast and running down his wrist to drip onto the bridge's stone surface. His shadow drank it. The darkness at his feet deepened, widened, became something with weight and intent. He formed the sign. Both hands pressed together, bleeding palms, creating a seal that stained the shadow red. Taming ritual, max elephant. The sky cracked. That's what it looked like from the ground. A fissure opening in the air above the bridge, spilling pink light that shouldn't exist in nature. Something massive was coming through. Something so heavy that the bridge groaned beneath it before it even arrived. The stone supports singing with stress, as gravity itself seemed to concentrate around a single point directly overhead. Max Elephant dropped from the crack in reality like a meteor made of flesh. The impact shook the bridge to its foundations. Water sprayed 50 meters in every direction from the shockwave alone. The stone beneath it fractured in concentric rings spreading outward. Workers screamed and ran. Tazuna dropped flat. It was pink. It was enormous, larger than any summon Naruto had called before, larger than most buildings in Konoha, a towering elephant whose mass displaced the air around it, and whose trunk could reach the top of the ice dome without stretching. And then it turned. Those massive eyes, old and furious, and belonging to something that did not appreciate being dragged into existence by a child, fixed on Naruto with an intent that made the divine dogs back up 3 steps. A sound came from its throat that was less a trumpeting and more a seismic event, and its foot rose to crush the boy who had dared to call it. Naruto dove. The foot hit where he'd been standing and cratered the bridge further. A hole appeared in the stone, water visible through it. He rolled, came up running, and went straight at the creature because backing off was never an option he considered. "Nu, hit the legs!" Lightning crashed into Max Elephant's right front leg, arcing across the massive limb, making the muscle seize and the joint lock. The elephant stumbled. That was all the opening Naruto needed. Kuro hit the left side. Shiro hit the right. The toad wrapped its tongue around the trunk and pulled. 4 shikigami working in coordinated assault against a 5th, and Naruto was already climbing, using the wolf's back as a springboard, launching himself onto the elephant's flank, and scrambling up its side like a blonde spider. Max Elephant thrashed. The trunk swung and caught the toad full in the body, sending the amphibian skidding across the bridge's surface. A massive ear flapped and clipped Naruto off balance. He grabbed at the hide, slipped, caught himself on the edge of the elephant's enormous tusk, and hung there 50 feet in the air while the creature tried to shake him. He pulled himself up, got his feet under him, ran along the length of the tusk toward the skull. Inside the ice dome, Haku had stopped throwing Senbon. Even through the mirrors, the masked ninja could see what was happening outside, could feel the impacts through the ice, could hear the sounds of something enormous fighting something relentless. Sasuke, on one knee, was staring through a gap in the mirrors at a scene that defied what he thought genin were capable of. Naruto reached the top of Max Elephant's head. He planted both feet, channeled every scrap of yin chakra he could muster into his right fist, and drove it downward with his entire body weight behind it. The impact was a sound, a physical, room-filling, bridge-shaking sound that made everyone on the bridge flinch regardless of what side they were on. Max Elephant swayed. Its legs buckled, front to first, then the back, folding under it like a collapsing building. Its massive body hit the bridge with a controlled descent, and the shaking continued for 3 full seconds after it was down. Then it lifted its trunk, slowly, and laid it flat on the stone in front of Naruto, like a knight laying down its sword. Submission. Naruto was shaking. His right hand was broken. He could feel the bones grinding wrong inside the skin. Blood ran from cuts on every limb. His chakra reserves were lower than they'd ever been. He looked at the ice dome, looked at Max Elephant. "The dome," he said. His voice was raw. "Break it." Max Elephant rose, turned toward the ice structure that was keeping his packmate trapped inside. Drew its trunk back. The motion was massive, the displacement of air enough to push Naruto's hair flat against his skull, and then swung. The trunk hit the dome. The pressurized jet of water that erupted from the trunk's tip was less a stream and more a natural disaster, a flood concentrated into a battering ram of force that hit the ice at a single point and drove through it with the inevitability of a tidal wave. The mirrors shattered, every single one of them, simultaneously, like a crystal chandelier dropped from a building. Ice fragments exploded outward in a diamond spray that caught the light and turned the air into a brief, brilliant winter. The water followed, a wall of it, frothing and white, and carrying enough force to sweep everything in its path off the bridge. Haku went with it. The masked ninja was caught mid-movement between mirrors, which no longer existed, and the water hit with a force that ragdolled the ice user off the bridge's edge and into the churning ocean below. The dome collapsed. The water ran off the bridge in waterfalls. Sasuke sat in the middle of where it had been, soaking wet, bleeding from a dozen Senbon wounds, and staring at Naruto with an expression that was trying very hard to be unimpressed and failing completely. Kakashi and Zabuza had both stopped fighting. The Jonin were frozen mid-engagement, both of them looking at the 12-year-old boy standing on a bridge that was half destroyed with 5 shikigami, 5 shadow beasts of varying size and lethality, arranged around him like the world's most terrifying birthday party. "Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto said. His voice was steady despite the exhaustion pulling at his edges. "You good?" Kakashi's visible eye was very wide. His Sharingan was spinning. He was recording this. "I'm good," Kakashi said. He turned back to Zabuza, and the demon of the mist was looking at the pack of monsters on the bridge with the expression of a man reconsidering his life choices. "Gato isn't paying me enough for this," Zabuza said. He was right. Gato wasn't paying anyone enough for this, and when the businessman appeared with his mercenary army 20 minutes later, small, smug, announcing that he'd never intended to pay Zabuza at all, it was Max Elephant that settled the matter, one step forward. The bridge shook. The mercenaries looked up at the thing that was looking down at them, a creature so large it blotted out the sun behind it, and started running before anyone had to give an order. Gato didn't run fast enough. The toad's tongue caught him by the ankle. Naruto looked at Tazuna. "Your bridge, your call." Tazuna looked at the small, dust-screaming businessman dangling upside down from a supernatural frog's tongue, looked at his unfinished bridge, looked at the boy who just dismantled an A-rank threat scenario with shadow creatures and sheer will. "Drop him in the water," Tazuna said. The splash was satisfying. They returned to Konoha as a different team than the one that had left. Sakura walked with more confidence. She'd guarded Tazuna alone while the world fell apart around her, and she'd held. Sasuke walked with something new behind his eyes, a hunger that had been given shape by watching Naruto fight, a question he still refused to ask, but could no longer pretend he didn't want answered. And Naruto walked with 5 shadows at his feet, each one alive and ready. each one earned in blood and pain and refusal to stop. Kakashi filed his mission report that evening. It was 8 pages long. 3 of them were entirely about Naruto's capabilities, written in the careful, measured language of a jonin who wanted to communicate urgency without creating panic. The Hokage read it, lit his pipe. "Read it again." "Well," Hiruzen said to the empty office, "this is going to be interesting." The Chunin exams arrived with the turning of the season, Konoha's chance to flex before the other villages, a tournament disguised as an evaluation, politics dressed in combat gear. Naruto entered with his team and his wolves. Kuro and Shiro flanked him through the examination building's doors, and the genin from other villages, sand, sound, rain, grass, watched him pass with reactions that ranged from curiosity to unease. The wolves' presence was a statement. It said, "This one is different." The first exam was written. Naruto hated it. His score was abysmal. He passed anyway, because Abiki's test was about courage, and Naruto had never lacked that particular resource. The second exam was the Forest of Death, a massive, walled training ground full of dangerous wildlife and enemy teams, where each squad started with 1 scroll and needed 2 to advance. 3 days, 1 forest, multiple threats. Naruto's pack had never been happier. In the forest, the shadows were everywhere, under every leaf, behind every trunk, in the spaces between branches where the canopy blocked the sun. Naruto moved through the Forest of Death like it was his home, shadow traveling between dark patches with a speed that made tracking impossible. His wolves swept ahead of him, scouting, and noise circled high above the canopy as a living radar system. They found their second scroll within the first hour. A team from Rain, decent shinobi, competent, working together well. They heard the wolves before they saw them, and by the time they turned around, Kuro was already standing over their dropped scroll bag with a look that said, "Try and take it back." They didn't try. "That was fast," Sakura said, slightly out of breath from keeping up. "Let's head to the tower," Naruto said. "I don't want to be in this forest any longer then." He stopped. Both wolves stopped with him, simultaneously like puppets whose strings had been jerked. Kuro's head whipped toward the canopy. Shiro pressed back against Naruto's legs, which was wrong. Shiro never retreated. Shiro was the steady one, the calm one, the one who didn't flinch. The air changed. Something entered the forest. Not a genin, not a chunin. Something so far above the level of anything in this exam that the gap was laughable. Naruto's yin chakra reacted to it instinctively, his shadows drawing tight around his body like armor, killing intent. Massive, pressing down from above like the weight of deep water. Sasuke went pale. Sakura couldn't breathe. Naruto stepped in front of both of them. Orochimaru dropped from the canopy. He didn't look like a Sanin. He looked like a man, long-haired, pale-skinned, smiling in a way that showed too many teeth. But the pressure he radiated was a physical thing, a force that warped the space around him and made every survival instinct in Naruto's body fire simultaneously. "Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said, and his voice was a silk ribbon drawn across the edge of a blade. "I've come to see what you're made of." Naruto's hands formed a seal. Nu dropped from the sky behind him. The lightning bird's wings spread wide, crackling with discharge. The toad materialized from a shadow to the left. Both wolves stepped forward, shoulder to shoulder, growling in frequencies that made the bark on nearby trees vibrate. 5 shikigami. Full deployment. Everything he had, arranged between his teammates and this creature wearing a man's skin. Orochimaru's eyes drifted to the pack. His smile widened. "Oh," he said, "how interesting. A shadow user, and such a robust collection for someone your age." Sakura. Naruto's voice was ice. "Take Sasuke. Run east, towers that way." "I'm not," Sasuke started. "Go." Sasuke opened his mouth to argue, saw Naruto's face, saw the wolves' posture, saw the gap between what they were and what this enemy was. He grabbed Sakura's arm and pulled. Orochimaru tilted his head. "You're sending away the one I came for. How protective." His neck extended just slightly, just enough to be wrong, and his tongue ran across his lower lip. "But I don't think your pets are going to be enough to stop me from getting what I want." "They're enough to slow you down," Naruto said. "And that's all I need." He was lying. He knew he was lying. Nothing in his current arsenal could match a Sanin in direct combat. The gap was too vast, the experience differential too massive. But his pack could buy time. His pack could be a wall that this snake had to climb over rather than walk through. And every second Orochimaru spent here was a second Sasuke spent getting further away. Interesting, Orochimaru murmured. Then he moved. The speed was incomprehensible. One moment he was 15 meters away, the next he was inside the pack's formation. Kusanagi's sword drawn from his own throat, a gesture so grotesque it froze Naruto for a critical half second. Kuro lunged. The Black Wolf's jaws snapped at Orochimaru's throat. The Sannin dodged, barely, a lean that was closer to the teeth than it should have been. And his free hand caught Kuro's jaw, redirecting the wolf's momentum into a tree trunk hard enough to crack wood. The toad's tongue shot for the sword arm. Orochimaru cut through it with Kusanagi, and the toad recoiled, tongue severed clean, shadow blood spraying. Noi fired, a full-power lightning bolt from directly above. Orochimaru caught it on the flat of his blade and let the charge run through the metal and into the ground, his hair standing on end but his body unmarked. Adequate, Orochimaru said. He sounded bored, but predictable. Naruto shadow traveled, emerged from the darkness behind a tree root with a kunai aimed at the Sannin's kidney. It was a good strike, fast, precise, the angle hidden by the trunk. Orochimaru turned it aside with a casual elbow and kicked Naruto so hard in the chest that 3 ribs cracked simultaneously. The boy went backward through 2 trees and hit the third hard enough to lose his vision for a full second. Shiro, the white wolf, the steady one, the protector. Shiro didn't wait for a command. Shiro saw Naruto go down and reacted the way the white wolf had always reacted to threats against his partner, by putting himself between the danger and the person he loved. The white wolf launched at Orochimaru with everything he had, full sprint, jaws wide, a howl that carried 7 years of devotion in its frequency. Kusanagi moved once, a single, clean stroke. The legendary blade passed through the white wolf's body between the 3rd and 4th ribs, severing shadow essence and the spiritual energy that held the shikigami together in the physical world. Shiro didn't yelp, didn't cry. The white wolf's momentum carried him past Orochimaru, and he tried to turn back toward Naruto. His eyes found the boy. His legs buckled. He fell, and then he dissolved. Shadow peeling away from substance, the white fur becoming dark smoke, becoming nothing at all, dissipating into the air like breath on a cold morning. One moment the steady, gentle wolf who had slept across Naruto's feet for 7 years was there. The next moment he was gone. Completely. Permanently. The forest went silent. Naruto was on the ground, broken ribs, blood in his mouth, his right eye swelling shut from the impact with the tree. None of that mattered. Nothing mattered except the spot on the forest floor where Shiro had been, where a shape had existed 1 second ago, and now there was only leaves and dirt and absence. He couldn't breathe. His body was trying to breathe and failing because the space in his chest where Shiro had lived, the connection between summoner and shikigami, the thread that told him he's there, he's okay, he's alive, was severed, empty, gone in a way that left edges. Shiro. The name came out of him like something being torn. He said it and it changed nothing. He said it again and the forest didn't answer. Orochimaru was laughing, a low, entertained sound, the laugh of something that finds suffering amusing in an academic sense. "Oh, poor thing. It seems your dog has," Kuro howled. The sound was wrong, deeper than any wolf should produce, carrying a bass note that vibrated at a frequency below human hearing, something felt in the spine and the gut rather than the ears. The shadows in the forest, every shadow under every leaf behind every trunk, began moving. Crawling toward the black wolf like iron filings drawn to a magnet, Kuro's body was changing, growing. The shadows wrapped around his frame and fused with it, pouring into the gaps where Shiro's essence had connected, because the divine dogs were 2 halves of a whole, and the death of one meant the other inherited everything. Every ounce of power the white wolf had carried, every scrap of yin energy they had shared between them. The black wolf rose onto his hind legs, his spine lengthened, his claws extended until they were too long, too sharp, gleaming with the particular darkness that exists at the edge of what eyes can see. His body mass tripled in seconds, shadows still pouring in, still fusing, still feeding the transformation. Divine dog, totality. Naruto's voice was a whisper, broken and fierce and carrying grief like a blade's edge. Totality opened its mouth, and the sound that came out was the sound of something that had evolved past the concept of wolves entirely. Standing upright, bipedal, clawed. Its yin chakra was so dense the air around it bent, light curving away, colors distorting, the trees nearest to it visibly warping. Orochimaru's smile fell off his face. Totality moved. The speed wasn't wolf speed anymore. It was something else. A shadow closing distance the way shadows close distance when the light shifts, instantaneously and without transition. One moment it was where Kuro had been standing. The next moment its claws were buried in Orochimaru's chest. The Sanin's eyes went wide. Genuinely wide. Surprise registering on a face that hadn't worn that expression in decades. He tried to substitute. His hands formed the sign, but Totality's claws were inside him, and the yin energy radiating from those claws was interfering with his chakra flow. The substitution failed. Half failed. He shed his skin, a grotesque escape technique, his actual body slithering free of the ruined shell, but Totality was already swinging again. The second blow caught Orochimaru's real body across the torso. 3 lines of absolute darkness carved through his abdomen and out the other side. Blood sprayed, but it was wrong blood, too thick, carrying the smell of snake venom. Orochimaru retreated, fled. A Sanin, one of the 3 legendary shinobi of the village, hidden in the leaves, launched himself backward through the trees with every ounce of speed his body could produce. His torso regenerating as he moved, and on his face was an expression that Naruto would remember for the rest of his life. Fear. Actual fear. Brief and quickly mastered, but real. Orochimaru had looked at Totality, at the thing born from grief and fusion and 7 years of devotion crystallized into a new form, and he had been afraid. Then the Sanin was gone, vanished into the forest, running from a Janin's summon. Totality stood in the clearing with its arms at its sides, breathing in a rhythm that made the shadows pulse around it. The aura dimmed slowly, like a forge cooling. It turned, looked at Naruto. Naruto was on his knees. His broken ribs made every breath a knife. Nu hovered above him, the toad sat beside him, and Totality, the thing that used to be Kuro and now carried everything Shiro had been inside its new frame, stood over him like a monument to what the 10 Shadows technique demanded of those who wielded it. The white wolf was gone. The technique had a price. Every shikigami destroyed in real combat was gone permanently. That was the rule, and the rule had never been more brutal than it was in this moment. Naruto pressed his forehead against the earth and breathed. The sound he made wasn't a sob. It was something below a sob. Something too fundamental for tears. Something that came from the part of him that still remembered being 5 years old with 2 shivering puppies pressed against his chest. He stayed there for a long time. Totality guarded him. The forest was very quiet. And somewhere inside the boy's shadow, a space that used to hold a gentle white presence was empty, in a way that nothing would ever fill again. Sasuke and Sakura found him an hour later. They'd stopped running when the killing intent vanished, stopped and turned around, because for all Sasuke's stubborn independence, he wasn't capable of leaving a teammate behind. Not yet. They found Naruto sitting with his back against a tree, bandaging his own ribs with strips torn from his jacket. Totality was gone, dismissed back into shadow, its energy expenditure too great to maintain indefinitely. Noise circled above. The toad sat in a nearby stream, its severed tongue slowly regrowing. Sasuke noticed immediately. His eyes swept the clearing and found only 4 shadows where 5 had been. "Where's the white one?" Sasuke asked. Naruto's hands paused on his bandages. He didn't look up. Gone. One word. Sasuke heard everything in it. He stood very still for a moment, and then he sat down next to Naruto and didn't say anything else. Sakura looked between them, her eyes wet with something she didn't fully understand. She sat on Naruto's other side and pressed her shoulder against his. They stayed like that until Naruto could stand. Then they walked to the tower together, and the forest was still very quiet around them, like even the trees understood something had been lost. The preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam finals were held in the tower's interior arena. Naruto fought. He won. The details didn't matter to him. His opponent was a sound genin who talked too much and fell too fast, and Naruto's mind was somewhere else entirely during the fight, which said more about the gap in ability than any flashy technique could have. The month between preliminaries and finals was training time. Naruto used every day of it. He didn't seek out a special teacher. He didn't need one. He had the shadows, and the shadows had more to give than any single instructor could offer. He pushed his shadow travel range, pushed the speed of his shikigami deployment, pushed his own taijutsu, because the 10 shadows technique was only as strong as the person directing it, and Naruto refused to be a weakness his own pack had to carry. And he sat with totality, in the quiet hours of the night, and mourned. The shadow beast that had been Kuro was different now. Larger, quieter. When it manifested, it sometimes tilted its head at angles that were more Shiro than Kuro, gentle angles, protective angles. 2 wolves lived inside it now, and their combined personality was something Naruto was still learning to read. He talked to it anyway, told it about the day, told it about the upcoming fight, leaned against its massive flank in the dark and pretended, just for a moment, that both wolves were still there. The finals arena was packed. Every seat filled. Nobles, merchants, shinobi from 5 countries, civilian spectators who had saved for months to attend. The Hokage sat in his box. The Kazekage sat beside him, though something about the man's posture was wrong in ways nobody noticed yet. The first several matches passed. Then the announcer called 2 names, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. Neji stood in the arena center looking like a man who had already won. His stance was perfect. His Byakugan veins pulsed at his temples, ready to activate. His expression carried the weight of someone who believed, truly, deeply believed, that the outcome of this fight was written before either of them threw a punch. Naruto descended the stairs. He walked into the arena alone. No visible shikigami, no wolves flanking him. Just a blonde boy in an orange jacket with his hands in his pockets and shadows pooling at his feet like puddles that were slightly too dark. "You cannot win this," Neji said. His voice carried across the arena with the certainty of scripture. "Fate has decided what you are. A failure, a dropout, someone born into nothing, destined for nothing. You think a cage of fate matters to things that live in the dark?" Naruto's voice cut through Neji's speech like a knife through paper. His eyes were cold. There was no banter in them, no humor, no warmth. He was looking at Neji the way you look at something that has already made its last mistake. Neji's Byakugan activated. The veins around his eyes bulged, flooding his visual field with 360 degrees of chakra sight. Every tenketsu point in Naruto's body lit up like a map, every pathway visible, every weakness exposed. "Begin," the proctor said. Neji charged. His palms were open, gentle fist, the Hyuga's ancestral art designed to shut down chakra pathways with surgical precision. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8, 16, 32. Each strike aimed at a tenketsu point, each one capable of locking a normal opponent out of their own power system. Naruto sank into the ground. Not a substitution, not a dodge. He dropped into his own shadow like it was water, and the surface of the arena floor sealed over him as if he'd never existed. Neji's palms hit empty air. His Byakugan scanned downward, found nothing. The shadow travel took Naruto outside the visual range of conventional Jujutsu, because he wasn't in the physical space anymore. He was between. Neji spun, scanning, every direction. Then the arena floor erupted. Rabbits, hundreds of them. Small, white, fluffy, pouring out of every shadow in the arena in a cascade that defied logic and reason. They flooded the space. They bounced off Neji's legs. They filled his visual field, each one radiating a tiny signature of yin chakra that cluttered his Byakugan's input like static on a radio. The crowd went silent for 1 second. Then someone started laughing. Then everyone was laughing. Thousands of people watching the stoic Hyuga prodigy standing knee-deep in a sea of rabbits with an expression of pure, offended dignity. "What is this?" Neji shouted. His composure cracked. The first time anyone in the audience had seen a Hyuga look genuinely flustered. Rabbit escape. A shikigami technique designed for chaos, for distraction, for creating the kind of sensory overload that even the best Jujutsu couldn't filter through instantly. Neji responded with training. He dropped into the rotation, spinning, releasing chakra from every tenketsu point simultaneously, creating a dome of centrifugal force that blew the rabbits away in every direction. Small white bodies went flying, dissolving into shadow as they scattered, clearing the space around him. But rotation required total concentration. It required him to be still at its center, eyes closed, every ounce of focus directed into maintaining the barrier. The moment the rotation reached its apex, the moment Neji was committed and could not redirect, Naruto emerged from the shadow directly behind him. Totality came with him. The shadow beast materialized mid-swing, massive, bipedal, its claws already descending in an arc that covered the entire width of the rotation. The impact was absolute. Totality's claws met the chakra barrier and drove through it, brute forcing the technique open with raw yin energy that overpowered the centrifugal output. Neji's rotation shattered. He was airborne before he processed what had happened. The force of Totality's blow launching him across the arena in a flat spin that ended when his back hit the arena wall hard enough to crack stone. He fell, hit the ground, tried to rise, managed one knee. Naruto was already there, standing over him, looking down with an expression that carried zero malice and infinite certainty. The only destiny you have is the one you carve out with your own hands. Neji's Byakugan was flickering, damage, chakra disruption, the blow from Totality still interfering with his system. He looked up at the boy above him, and for the first time in his life, the cage he believed in felt like a lie. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki," the proctor announced. The arena exploded, civilians were on their feet, shinobi were leaning forward, the noise was enormous. Cheering, disbelief, the particular roar a crowd makes when they've witnessed something that will become legend. In the stands, Rock Lee was crying, tears running down his face, fists clenched, because someone had just done what he'd always dreamed of doing. Someone had taken the concept of fate and beaten it into the ground with their bare hands. His sensei, Might Guy, had a hand on his shoulder and tears of his own. Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, Neji's uncle, sat in the noble section with his hands clasped and his expression unreadable. Something moved behind his eyes. Something old and heavy that might have been shame. Hinata Hyuga pressed her hands against the railing and watched Naruto recall Totality with a soft smile on her face and warmth in her eyes that nobody needed the Byakugan to see. And Sasuke, in the competitor's box, watching with an intensity that burned. His Sharingan was active. He didn't even realize he'd activated it, recording every detail of the fight he just witnessed. The shadow travel, the rabbit distraction, the way Totality had shattered a defensive technique that was supposed to be absolute. The wanting was back, stronger than before. The question he refused to ask was louder than ever. How do I get that strong? The answer, you join a pack, was one he wasn't ready to hear yet. The invasion came during Sasuke's match. One moment the arena was full of spectators watching the Uchiha fight Gaara of the Sand. The next moment, feathers were falling from the sky. Genjutsu, a mass sleep technique that knocked unconscious anyone who didn't dispel it. And sound and sand shinobi were pouring over the walls. The Kazekage revealed himself as Orochimaru. The barrier went up around the Hokage's box. Purple walls of chakra sealed the two old men together on the roof while the village burned below. Gaara transformed. The sand around him built upward, arms first, then a torso, then a head. And the face that formed was something from ancient nightmares. Shukaku, the one-tail, a biju wearing a body made of compressed sand and hatred, rising over the arena like a monument to everything wrong with the shinobi world. People ran, civilians fled, buildings crumbled under Shukaku's steps, the sky turned colors that didn't belong to the natural spectrum. Naruto was already on the arena floor. Totality manifested at his side, the shadow beast's presence drawing startled screams from nearby spectators who hadn't seen it before. News circled above, lightning arcing between its wings. The toad emerged from a shadow and crouched, ready. He looked up at Shukaku, measured the scale of it. The tailed beast was enormous, 100 meters tall if it was one, made of living sand that could crush buildings with a casual swipe. His current shikigami were powerful, they were elite, but they were not built for kaiju-scale combat. I need something bigger. The words came out of him with the weight of a decision already made. He pressed his bleeding hand against the earth. The cut from earlier had reopened during his fight with Neji and poured chakra into the shadows beneath his feet. Great serpent. The ground tore open. A fissure split the earth from where Naruto knelt to a point 60 meters distant, and from that fissure rose something ancient. Coils of scaled shadow, each segment wider than a house, each scale reflecting no light because light was something this creature had evolved past needing. It rose and rose and rose, uncoiling from beneath the earth with a sound like tectonic plates shifting, and its head emerged last, flat and triangular, and carrying eyes that were older than the village above it. Great Serpent was massive, comparable to Shukaku in scale, and it turned its ancient gaze on Naruto with the patient malice of something that had been waiting in the dark for exactly this moment. Taming ritual. In the middle of an invasion, with a tailed beast rampaging overhead and the village burning around them, Naruto didn't hesitate. He looked at the serpent's impossible size, at the gap between himself and this creature, and decided the gap was irrelevant. Totality. Elephant. Pin it. Max Elephant materialized, dropping from a shadow above in the same sky-cracking entrance it had made on the bridge in Wave. It landed on the serpent's body 30 meters from the head, its weight driving the coils against the earth. Totality launched at the head, those impossible claws finding purchase in shadow scales, raking lines of damage that made the great serpent thrash. Noe fired, bolt after bolt of lightning raining down on the serpent's body, each one a point of pain and distraction, keeping the creature from focusing its attention on any single attacker long enough to respond with full force. And Naruto ran, straight up the serpent's body, using shadow travel to skip between the dark spaces between its scales, appearing and disappearing in strobes of motion, each emergence accompanied by a strike. Kunai, chakra-enhanced fist. Another kunai, another jump. The serpent's tail swung and demolished a section of empty marketplace. Its head snapped at Max Elephant, fangs as long as trees missing by inches. Totality's claws found its eye, the right one, and dug in. 45 seconds. That's how long it took. 45 seconds of coordinated, overwhelming, multi-front assault from every shikigami Naruto had. The serpent's resistance collapsed in layers, thrashing to struggling to weakening to finally, lowering its massive head to the ground as Naruto stood on its skull with both feet planted and both fists clenched and his breathing harsh and fast. The great serpent submitted, the contract sealed. Naruto gained his 6th shikigami. Then he looked up at Shukaku, still rampaging, and gave the order that would end the invasion. Take it down. Great Serpent rose. Its body uncoiled from the earth like a whip being drawn back, and then it launched, crossing the distance between Naruto's position and the tailed beast in a blur of shadow scale and ancient muscle. It wrapped around Shukaku. Coil after coil tightening around the sand construct, binding arms and chest and tail in a grip that compressed sand into something approaching stone. Shukaku screamed. The sound shattered windows for 3 blocks. Noe dove from above, lightning bolt after lightning bolt striking the Biju's head, each one a detonation that cracked the sand armor and exposed the chakra underneath. Max Elephant charged from ground level, trunk swinging, water pressurizing, a concentrated jet hitting Shukaku's legs and turning the sand supporting them into mud. And Totality ran. Up the great serpent's coils, using them as a ramp, a highway, a road straight to the tailed beast's head, where a red-haired boy slumped unconscious on the sand construct's forehead. Naruto rode Totality's back, hanging on with chakra-locked feet, wind ripping at his face, the ground shrinking below him with every upward bound. At the apex, Naruto jumped. Totality's last stride launched him, airborne, spinning, his right fist cocked back with every remaining jewel of chakra he possessed condensed into the knuckles. Gaara's sleeping face grew closer. The sand armor tried to reform, tried to protect its host, tried to catch the incoming strike. Naruto's fist hit Gaara's face. The sand exploded outward. Shukaku's form began to collapse, sand raining down like a localized desert, the construct losing cohesion as the host was shocked awake. Gaara's eyes snapped open, wild, terrified, the sleep technique broken by pure, concentrated impact. They fell together. Naruto caught Gaara on the way down, shadow traveled both of them into a dark spot between 2 buildings and emerged at ground level before the impact could kill them. They hit the earth hard but alive, rolling apart, Naruto's last reserve spent on the shadow travel that saved them both. Gaara was awake, shaking. The sand was pooling around him without form, without direction, without the sleeping one tail to give it shape. He looked at Naruto with eyes that had never seen anyone look back at him without fear. "Why?" Gaara whispered. His voice cracked like something that had forgotten how to be used without screaming. "Why did you save me?" Naruto lay on his back, staring at the sky. Everything hurt. Every shikigami was dismissed, his chakra too low to maintain any of them. He was just a boy on the ground, bleeding and exhausted and utterly spent. "Because you're like me," Naruto said. "Something inside you that you didn't ask for. People who hate you for it. Alone in a way that makes you want to burn everything down just so someone notices." Gaara stared. "But I found something better than burning," Naruto said. He lifted his hand, the one with the shadow mark, the seal that connected him to his pack. "I found people worth protecting. You can too." Gaara didn't respond. He didn't have the language for what was happening inside him, but the sand settled. The killing intent dimmed. Something in his chest, something that had been locked behind walls of rage for 13 years, cracked open just enough to let light in. Around them, the invasion was ending. Orochimaru had fled, driven off by the third Hokage's sacrifice. The sand forces were retreating. The sound forces were broken. Konoha stood, damaged but undefeated. And in the rubble-strewn streets, the shinobi who had been fighting their own battles paused and looked at the section of the village where a giant serpent had wrapped around a tailed beast, where an elephant had flooded the district, where lightning had rained from a bird that shouldn't exist. They looked at the 12-year-old boy responsible for all of it, lying flat on his back in an alley with nothing left to give, and the whispers started. Not the old whispers, not demon and monster and stay away, new ones. "Did you see? The shadows. He took down. How is that even? Who is that kid?" Naruto closed his eyes and slept. He'd earned it. The village rebuilt. It always did. That was Konoha's particular talent, the ability to take damage and grow back stronger rather than scar. But this rebuilding was different. This time, the name being spoken in the reconstruction crews in the council chambers and the hospital hallways wasn't a curse. Naruto Uzumaki, the kid who fought a tailed beast with shadows and won. The Hokage was dead. Hiruzen Sarutobi had spent his life protecting the village, and spent his death the same way, sealing Orochimaru's arms with the Reaper Death Seal, ensuring the Snake Sanin would never form hand signs again. The village mourned him. Naruto mourned him harder than most. The old man had been the first person to show him kindness, the first person to tell him the truth about the fox without fear or disgust in his eyes. Naruto attended the funeral with totality manifested at his side, the shadow beast standing guard over its summoner's grief, a silent sentinel that the other mourners gave a wide berth. When the rain came, Naruto didn't move from the memorial stone. He stood there until his clothes were soaked through, and his hair was plastered to his forehead, and the only warmth in the world was the radiating presence of a shadow creature that carried 2 wolves, worth of love inside its strange, evolved body. Jiraiya found him there. The Toad Sage, last surviving student of the third legendary shinobi, and, unknown to Naruto at that point, his godfather, stood at the edge of the memorial clearing and watched the boy for a long time before approaching. "You're Minato's kid," Jiraiya said. No preamble, no build-up, just truth delivered the way a kunai is delivered, fast and direct. Naruto looked up. The rain ran down his face. "I know." Jiraiya blinked. "You? How long have you known?" "Since I was 10. Naruto's voice was flat, exhausted. "I saw a picture in the Hokage's office, asked who the fourth was. He told me. Hard to miss the resemblance when someone actually shows you the photo." Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. "Then I should have been here." "Yeah," Naruto agreed. "You should have." The silence stretched. Rain fell. Totality's head turned toward Jiraiya, assessed him, turned away. Not a threat, acceptable presence. "I'm here now," Jiraiya said. "And there are things I can teach you, things about the fox inside you, about your mother's chakra, about how to survive what's coming next, because there are people out there, kid, who want what's sealed inside you, and they're not going to stop coming." Naruto looked at the man, measured him, found him acceptable, barely, and nodded. "Fine," Naruto said, "but we do it my way. I don't need to learn the Rasengan or whatever flashy thing you want to show off. I need to get stronger. I need my pack to get stronger. And I need to be ready for the next time something comes for the people I care about." Jiraiya studied the boy, saw Minato in the jawline and Kushina in the eyes, and something entirely new in the way he held himself. like a pack leader who'd been carrying weight since before the weight had a name. "Your way," Jiraiya agreed. "Let's see what your way looks like." What followed was 3 weeks of the most intense training Naruto had ever experienced. Jiraiya didn't teach him Sage Mode. That was years away, a technique that required a foundation Naruto hadn't built yet. Instead, the Sannin focused on what Naruto already had and helped him refine it. Chakra control. The fox's energy leaked into Naruto's system constantly, a trickle of red that interfered with fine manipulation. Jiraiya taught him to identify that trickle, to route it, to use it as fuel rather than fighting it as interference. Naruto's shadow travel range doubled in 3 days once the fox's chakra started supplementing rather than disrupting. Physical conditioning. Jiraiya was brutal about it. Running, swimming, fighting with weights, fighting without weights, fighting blindfolded while totality tried to hit him. The Sannin believed that a summoner was only as good as their body allowed them to be, and Naruto's body needed to be harder, faster, more durable. And strategy. This was where Jiraiya's real value showed. Decades of combat experience distilled into lessons about timing, positioning, when to deploy which asset, how to read a battlefield in the time between breaths. Naruto absorbed it like dry earth absorbs rain. By the end of the 3 weeks, Naruto was a different fighter. The same principles, the same pack mentality, the same shadowborn arsenal, but refined, sharper, deployed with the kind of efficiency that turns a brawler into a weapon. And then Sasuke left. It happened at night. Of course it happened at night. That was the time for decisions made in the dark, decisions that can't survive the scrutiny of daylight. Sakura found Naruto at 2 in the morning, crying on his doorstep. She told him everything. Sasuke on the bench, Sasuke walking away, Sasuke's back disappearing into the darkness. The sound for Orochimaru's offer, power promised in exchange for everything else. Naruto stood, his jaw was tight, his hands were fists. Which way? North Gate. Naruto, I tried to stop him. I told him, I said everything I could think of. I know. He touched her shoulder, brief, warm. I'll bring him back. He was running before she could respond. Totality materialized mid-stride, the shadow beast keeping pace beside him like a nightmare on legs. Noi rose above, its lightning casting brief flashes of blue across the village rooftops. The toad bounded from shadow to shadow ahead, scouting. The sound four intercepted him outside the village walls. 4 figures, Sakon, Kidomaru, Tayuya, Jirobo, each one a curse mark carrier, each one a threat that would have been significant on its own. Naruto didn't slow down. Totality hit Jirobo mid-sentence. The Earth user hadn't finished his introduction before claws tore through his earth wall and his body behind it. One swipe. Jirobo was down and wouldn't be getting up. Noi's lightning found Kidomaru. The spider user tried to launch his webbing only to have it incinerated in midair by a bolt that tracked through it like electricity through a wire. The second bolt hit him. He fell from his tree and stayed down. Sakon split into his twin form. 2 bodies. Double threat. The toad's tongue caught one around the throat. Naruto's shadow traveled behind the other and drove a kunai into his spine. Both forms collapsed. Tayuya's genjutsu hit, her flute releasing an auditory illusion that wormed into Naruto's skull and tried to rewrite his perception. His vision blurred. The world tilted. Totality was immune to genjutsu. Shadow creatures existed outside the conventional chakra system. They didn't have the neural pathways that genjutsu exploited. While Naruto struggled, Totality moved on its own judgment, closing the distance to Tayuya and ending the flute music with a single, decisive strike that crushed the instrument and the fingers holding it. The genjutsu broke. Naruto shook his head clear. 4 opponents, less than 2 minutes total. He kept running. The Valley of the End. 2 statues, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, facing each other across a waterfall that crashed into a basin below. The founders of the village, frozen in stone, locked in an eternal confrontation that had never truly resolved. Sasuke stood on Madara's head. Wings of chakra, purple and malformed, unfurled from his back. The curse mark had spread across his skin in black flame patterns, and his Sharingan was spinning with 3 tomoe in each eye. He looked down at Naruto, and his expression was a wound. Naruto landed on Hashirama's head. Totality materialized behind him. Nua circled above. The toad crouched at the statue's base. Great serpent rose from the river, its coils filling the basin. its head rising level with the two boys on their respective monuments. "I won't let you leave your pack, Sasuke!" Naruto's voice echoed off the valley walls. It carried everything, every sparring session, every shared meal, every moment of understanding that had passed between them without words. Every time Sasuke had watched the pack and wanted. Every time Naruto had left the door open and Sasuke had almost walked through. Sasuke's wings spread wider. His hand dropped to his side and lightning gathered, but wrong. Black lightning. Chidori corrupted by the curse mark into something that ate light rather than producing it. The sound it made was the sound of electricity screaming. "I am an Avenger. I don't need a pack." He launched, wings driving him forward. Black Chidori leading. His speed was enhanced by the curse, faster than he'd ever been, faster than anything he'd done in training or combat or competition. Naruto's hands trembled. He pressed them together. "With this treasure I summon." The shadow beneath the waterfall stirred. Something down there, something at the very bottom of what the Ten Shadows technique could reach, shifted in its sleep. Something with a wheel on its back. Something that had never been tamed by any wielder in the technique's entire history. Mahoraga. The water in the basin began to boil. The air pressure changed. Naruto could feel it rising, feel the thing answering his call, feel it beginning to ascend toward the surface. It was eager. It wanted out. It wanted to fight. And if it got out, it would kill everything in this valley, including Sasuke. Naruto dropped his hands. The shadow settled. Mahoraga sank back into the depths. The water stopped boiling. The pressure released. Naruto looked at Sasuke, incoming, lightning blazing, face twisted with the pain of choosing power over love, and made his choice. He chose the hard path. He chose the one that meant he might lose. He slammed both palms against the stone beneath him. Shadow poured from his body like a dam breaking. It flooded down Hashirama's statue. It hit the water and spread across the surface. It crawled up the valley walls. It consumed everything, every surface, every stone, every molecule of visible space, until the valley of the end was no longer a valley at all. It was darkness. A sphere of absolute shadow with Naruto at its center and Sasuke diving into it like a meteor into a black hole. Chimera Shadow Garden. Inside the darkness, Naruto was God. Every shikigami manifested simultaneously. Totality came from the left. Great Serpent came from below. Max Elephant came from above. Somehow, against all physics, from above, and Nue fired from every direction at once, because inside this space, direction was a suggestion rather than a rule. Sasuke's Black Chidori hit the first thing in its path, Max Elephant's trunk, and punched through. But behind the trunk was Totality's claw. Behind the claw was the toad's tongue. Behind the tongue was the Great Serpent's coil, layer after layer of shadow creatures, each one absorbing damage, each one redirecting, each one buying Naruto the fraction of a second he needed to close the distance. The curse mark roared. Sasuke's wings beat at the shadows. His Sharingan spun wildly, trying to read the darkness, trying to predict, but there was nothing to predict. This wasn't strategy. This was gravity. This was the weight of an entire pack, bearing down on a single point. With the combined force of everything Naruto had earned, bled for, lost for, grown for, Naruto emerged from the dark 3 meters from Sasuke's face. His right fist was cocked. His expression was grief. Sasuke's Black Chidori was raised. His expression was agony. They swung. The collision was biblical in scale, except that word doesn't capture it. The collision was the sound of two people who loved each other trying to break each other because neither one knew how to say stay in a language the other could hear. Shadow met lightning. Fist met technique. The Chimera Shadow Garden buckled, cracks of light appearing in its surface as the competing energies tore at its structure. The explosion that followed took both statues. Hashirama's head crumbled. Madara's shoulders shattered. The waterfall reversed direction for 3 full seconds from the shockwave alone. Water sprayed 300 meters into the air and came back down as rain on an emptied basin. When the shadow cleared, when Naruto's technique finally collapsed under its own energy expenditure, 2 boys lay at the bottom of what used to be a valley. Naruto on his back, unable to move. His chakra completely gone, a hollow feeling worse than pain, worse than exhaustion, like existing on fumes of fumes. His headband was cracked, his jacket was destroyed, blood pooled under him from wounds he couldn't feel anymore. Sasuke on his side, 10 meters away, curse mark receded, wings gone, one arm bent at the wrong angle, blood on his face, his chest, his legs, but alive, breathing. His Sharingan was off, either by choice or by depletion. For a long moment, the only sound was the waterfall slowly resuming its flow around them. Sasuke moved first, one hand, then the other, dragging himself upright centimeter by centimeter, his body screaming with every shift. He got to his knees, looked at Naruto. Naruto looked back. His eyes were blue and wet and furious and heartbroken all at once. "Don't," Naruto said. His voice was a whisper. He couldn't make it louder. "Sasuke, don't go." Sasuke's face did something terrible. It crumpled, just for a second, just long enough to show the boy underneath the Avenger, and then it reconstructed itself into something hard and resolved. "I have to." He stood. It took him 3 attempts. His body wasn't cooperating, but he stood, and he turned north, and he walked. Naruto tried to move. His arm wouldn't respond. His legs were dead weight. The connection to his shadows was like trying to reach through thick glass. He could feel them there, dimmed and exhausted but alive, and they couldn't come. He couldn't call them. He had nothing left. "Sasuke!" The name tore out of him like something with edges. It bounced off the ruined valley walls. It echoed between the destroyed statues of founders who had stood here once and failed to resolve their own version of this exact moment. Sasuke didn't turn around. He walked into the tree line, into the dark, away from the village, away from the pack, away from the boy who had offered him a family made of shadows and loyalty and warmth. And Naruto lay in the ruins of the Valley of the End, surrounded by darkness that loved him and a silence that didn't, and watched the first person he'd ever chosen to protect walk away from everything he'd built. The rain started again. It fell on the broken valley and the broken boy and the shadows that pooled around him like mourners at a grave. Totality manifested, barely, a flickering outline rather than a solid form, and curled its massive body around Naruto's small one, shielding him from the rain, radiating the combined warmth of 2 wolves who had loved a lonely child before anyone else in the world bothered to try. Naruto didn't close his eyes. He stared at the tree line where Sasuke had disappeared and made himself remember the shape of that retreating back, burned it into his memory, made it fuel. He would get stronger. He would grow. He would tame the things that lived at the bottom of his shadow, the terrible, ancient, unconquered things, and he would find Sasuke again. Because the pack survived. That was the rule. That was the truth. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives, and Sasuke was pack whether the idiot admitted it or not. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled. Somewhere in the darkness beneath Naruto's broken body, something with a wheel on its back stirred in its sleep and smiled. The rain fell. The valley stayed ruined. The boy stayed awake. Hours passed. The sky lightened at its edges, gray becoming less gray, the first suggestion of dawn pressing against the clouds like a bruise healing in reverse. Naruto lay in the basin of the Valley of the End with water running over his legs from the slowly refilling waterfall, and he counted his breaths because counting was the only thing keeping him anchored to the present moment. Totality flickered beside him. The shadow beast was barely holding form, a wavering outline more than a solid body, its edges fraying into smoke that curled and resolidified and frayed again. It was trying to stay, trying to maintain its shape around him the way Shiro used to lay across his feet. The impulse was the same, even if the body carrying it was different. "Stay down," Naruto whispered. His voice was raw from the shouting. "Rest. I'm okay." He was lying. Totality knew he was lying. The shadow beast pressed its flickering head against his shoulder anyway and stayed where it was, because that was what Pac did when one of them was hurting. The retrieval team arrived with the dawn. 4 Ambu, masks blank, postures rigid, moving through the tree line at the valley's edge with the precision of people trained to enter devastation zones and extract survivors. They came down the cliff face in rappelling drops, hit the basin floor, and stopped. They stopped because the valley was wrong. 2 statues, monuments to the founders of Konoha, structures that had stood for over a century, were rubble. The waterfall's channel had shifted 15 meters to the east from some impact that had relocated the bedrock itself. Scoring marks ran along the basin walls in patterns that matched claws the size of a grown man's torso. The stone under the waterfall was blackened in a circle that smelled of ozone 3 hours after whatever had caused it. And in the center of it all, a 12-year-old boy lay in the shallows with a flickering shadow monster curled around him and his eyes open and staring at the sky. The team leader, bare mask, broad shoulders, voice like gravel, approached first. He got within 10 meters. Totality's outline solidified. Just for a moment, just long enough to emit a pulse of yin chakra that hit every Anbu operative on the field like a pressure wave. The four of them froze. Trained killers, veterans, people who had seen the inside of wars, and they froze because their bodies recognized a threat their minds had never encountered. Naruto raised one hand, barely. His fingers trembled with the effort. "It's fine," he said. "They're with me." Totality's outline softened. The Anbu approached. Bear knelt beside him. Professional. Fast assessment. Broken ribs. Chakra depletion severe enough to be medically concerning. Lacerations on both arms. Bruising across the chest that suggested internal impact. His hands glowed green with basic medical jutsu. "The Uchiha?" Bear asked. Naruto closed his eyes for the first time in 7 hours. "Gone." Bear said nothing. His hands kept working. The other three Anbu spread out, perimeter security, standard protocol. But their masked faces kept turning back toward the boy in the water and the impossible wreckage surrounding him. They carried him back to Konoha on a stretcher. Totality finally failed. Its shape coming undone in stages, the last trace of it sinking into Naruto's shadow as the morning sun climbed and burned the mist off the valley floor. Naruto slept the moment the shadow beast was gone, as if its disappearance into rest gave him permission to do the same. He woke in the hospital. White walls, the smell of antiseptic, and the particular hush of a building full of people trying to heal. Afternoon light slanted through the window. He'd been unconscious for most of a day. Tsunade was standing at the foot of his bed with a chart in one hand and an expression on her face that could have cut glass. The fifth Hokage, appointed 3 weeks ago after Jiraiya turned down the hat with characteristic irreverence, was a woman who had seen the inside of battlefields before most of the current generation was born. She'd patched together bodies that should have been corpses. She'd lost people she loved in ways that left scars visible to anyone who knew where to look. She did not flinch at blood. She looked at Naruto's chart, looked at the boy in the bed, looked at the shadow seal on his palm, the mark that connected him to the 10 shadows technique, a seal of yin energy that pulsed with its own rhythm like a second heartbeat. Tsunade went very still. Her eyes stayed on the seal for a count of 5. Something moved behind them. Recognition, assessment, the particular stillness of a woman who was reclassifying the person in front of her in real time. She'd read Kakashi's mission reports. She'd read the account of the invasion. She knew, intellectually, what this boy could do. But knowing and seeing were different currencies, and the seal on his palm was proof of a transaction she had only ever read about in scrolls older than Konoha itself. She put the chart down. "Your ribs are healing. The fox sees to that, faster than anything I could manage. Chakra depletion is the real concern. You pulled from reserves that should have been empty hours before you stopped. There's damage to your coils." "How long?" Naruto's voice came out like sandpaper. "A week, minimum." She held up a hand before he could argue. "Your body needs time to rebuild what you spent. The shadow seal is stable, but your chakra network looks like someone ran lightning through a garden hose. You push too early, you risk permanent pathway scarring." Naruto looked at the ceiling. A week of lying still while Sasuke walked further away with every passing hour. "He's gone," Naruto said. It came out flat. A statement of geography rather than emotion. Tsunade's jaw tightened. "I've sent tracker teams. Kakashi is leading one himself. We'll find the trail." "You won't catch him." Naruto turned his head on the pillow and looked at her with eyes that were too old for 12. "He chose to go. You can't chase down someone who's choosing to run. You can only be there when they stop." Tsunade studied him. The boy in the hospital bed didn't match the boy in Kakashi's early reports. The loud one, the attention-seeking one, the kid who laughed too hard and wanted everyone's eyes on him. This version was stripped down, reduced to fundamentals by exhaustion and loss and the particular clarity that comes after you've given everything you have and it wasn't enough. "Rest," she said. We'll talk strategy when you're vertical." She left. The door closed behind her. The room was very empty after she was gone. Sakura came on the second day. She sat in the chair beside the bed and said nothing for a long time. Her eyes were red-rimmed in a way that suggested crying that had happened hours ago and was done now, finished, used up, the tears spent, and the face washed and the composure rebuilt before she walked through the door. Naruto didn't make her talk. He waited. The silence between them was a living thing, heavy with everything that had happened on the bench, on the road, in the valley. Heavy with the person who should have been in a third chair and wasn't. "I keep thinking about what I could have said differently," Sakura started, stopped, pressed her lips together, started again. "If I'd been..." He made his choice. Naruto's voice was even, no softness in it, not because he didn't care, but because softness right now would break them both. Nobody's words were going to change it. Mine didn't. Yours didn't. The curse mark offered him something, and he took it, and we have to let that land before we can figure out what comes next. Sakura's hands were clasped in her lap. Her knuckles were white. She did not cry in front of him. That mattered, not because crying was weakness, but because the choice to be strong in someone else's presence was a gift she was giving him, a refusal to add her grief to his pile when his pile was already more than anyone should carry at 12. "We'll get him back," she said. "Yeah." Naruto looked at the window. "We will, when it's time." She stayed for an hour. They talked about small things, the hospital food, Kakashi's reading habits, whether Lee's recovery from the invasion injuries was going well. Small things that kept the enormous things from filling all the space in the room. When she left, she touched his hand. Brief, warm, a point of contact that said, I'm here, I'm still here." The echo of Shiro's old language, translated into human touch. Kakashi came at night, late, after visiting hours, after the nurses had done their rounds, after the hallway lights dimmed to their overnight glow. He appeared in the chair beside the bed like he'd always been there, orange novel open in his lap, visible eye trained on the pages. He wasn't reading. Naruto knew he wasn't reading. The page hadn't turned in 5 minutes. They sat together in the half-light of the hospital room, and neither of them spoke. Kakashi's presence was the statement. The simple fact of a man who had seen his student broken and came to sit beside the breaking without trying to fix it. It was enough. More than enough. Company that asked nothing and gave everything just by existing in the same space. Naruto felt his chest loosen a degree, a tension he hadn't known he was holding releasing because someone was here. Someone was simply here. Kakashi's page turned eventually. He actually read for another 20 minutes. Then he closed the book, stood and said, "Rest." "Yeah. I mean it, I know." Kakashi paused at the door. His eye was visible in the hallway light, the one that wasn't Sharingan, the one that belonged entirely to the man and carried everything words couldn't reach. "You did everything right, Naruto." Then he was gone. The door closed. The room was empty again, but emptier in a way that was bearable now. Emptier the way a room is empty after someone leaves rather than before they arrive. Naruto was out of bed 4 days early, 3 in the morning. The hospital silent, staff at skeleton crew, most patients sleeping, the hallways lit by dim fluorescent strips that cast long shadows on linoleum floors. He stood from the bed, his ribs protesting with a dull ache that was nothing compared to the screaming they'd done 3 days ago, and he put his feet on the cold floor and breathed. His chakra was returning. Slowly, trickling back into pathways that were still tender from overuse, but returning. He could feel the shadows again, could feel the connections leading down into the technique where his pack waited, resting in the same way he'd been resting, rebuilding what the valley had cost them. He dressed, left through the window, old habit, deep instinct. The rooftops of Konoha at 3 in the morning were cool and empty and full of shadows that belonged to him in a way nobody else could understand. Training Ground 7. He went there because it was home in a way the hospital wasn't. The grass where they'd done the bell test, the posts where they'd practiced, the trees that had witnessed the pack's early coordination drills. Totality manifested the moment Naruto's feet hit the training ground soil. Fully solid this time, massive, bipedal, its shadow fur dense and real, and radiating a warmth that Naruto walked into without thinking. He pressed his forehead against Totality's flank and stood there, breathing, while the shadow beast curved its body around him like a wall against the world. "I lost him," Naruto said, to Totality, to Shiro's echo inside it, to Kuro's rage that was also inside it, to both wolves who had loved him first and still lived somewhere in this combined form. "I had everything and it wasn't enough to make him stay." Totality made a sound, low, resonant, a frequency that traveled through its body and into Naruto's chest, a sound that carried no words but communicated something that language would only cheapen. "Present. With you. Here." Naruto pulled back, wiped his face with the back of his hand. Nothing there, because the tears had been spent days ago, but the gesture was necessary anyway. He began moving, basic shadow travel drills, entering the shadows cast by the training posts, emerging from the shadows beneath the trees. In and out. In and out. His form was sloppy from the hospital stay, his timing off by fractions that would matter in combat. He pushed through it, each iteration a little smoother, each emergence a little faster. His hands stopped shaking on the 7th repetition. By the 10th, Totality was moving with him, matching his travel pattern, emerging from adjacent shadows half a beat behind, providing the flanking coverage that had been their shared language for years. By the 20th, Nue flickered into existence above them, faint, underpowered but present. The lightning bird's wings spread in the pre-dawn sky and cast a moving shadow across the field that Naruto immediately used as an additional travel point. The pack was coming back online, slowly, painfully, but coming back. Dawn found him in the grass, breathing hard, his chakra reserves emptied again, but in the good way, the way that meant growth rather than crisis. Totality lay beside him, solid and warm. Nue circled above. The toad sat at the edge of the stream that ran along the training ground's border, its regenerated tongue testing the air. Footsteps in the grass, measured, unhurried. The particular cadence of a man who had been a shinobi long enough that even his walk was efficient. Jiraiya stopped 3 meters away, hands in his pockets, hair white in the early light, red lines on his face, catching the first sun. He looked at the training ground, at the boy in the grass, at the pack manifested around him in the golden hour, and he said something that Naruto had been waiting to hear without knowing he was waiting for it. "There is something underneath you, something that's been waiting." Naruto sat up, his eyes found Jiraiya's. "Mahoraga." "Yeah." Jiraiya was still for a moment. His face did something complicated, pride and concern, and something that might have been fear, all layered in the lines around his eyes. "I'm going to be honest with you, kid. Every wielder of the 10 Shadows technique who ever tried that ritual died." Naruto looked at his hands, the shadow seal on his right palm pulsed once, a slow, steady throb like a heart beating in its sleep. Beneath it, in the fathomless depths of the technique, something enormous shifted in response to being named. Something ancient and patient that had been there since the puppies first fell out of his bedroom wall. "I'm not every wielder." "No," Jiraiya agreed. His voice carried something that was heavier than the words themselves. "You're not." They left Konoha the following week. Tsunade signed the papers herself, a long-term training mission, classification A rank, personnel, 1 Genin and 1 Sannin. She stamped the document and handed it to Jiraiya without ceremony. "Bring him back alive," she said, "and stronger. Whatever's coming next, and something is always coming next, he needs to be ready." 2.5 years, Jiraiya said. "Maybe 3, depends on how fast he grows." "He grows fast." Tsunade looked at Naruto, who was standing at the village gate with Totality at his flank, waiting with the patience of someone who had already decided that time was a tool rather than an enemy. He's been growing fast since he was 5 years old. The road opened before them. Naruto walked it with his shadow at his feet, and inside that shadow, a weight that was still sleeping, still waiting, still patient in the way that mountains are patient. Phase 1 lasted 6 months and nearly killed him twice. Jiraiya took them to the northern mountains, a chain of peaks so remote that the nearest village was 3 days' walk, and the shadows cast by the stone faces ran for kilometers in the evening light. Here, in the isolation, they worked. The nine-tailed chakra was the first problem. Naruto had used it before, instinctively, in moments of crisis when the fox's energy leaked through the seal like heat through thin walls. But using it was different from wielding it. Using was accidental. Wielding was intentional. And the gap between the two was measured in whether you controlled the fire or the fire controlled you. Jiraiya pushed him to access it on purpose. Meditation first, sitting still, which was harder for Naruto than any fight he'd ever been in, because stillness gave the loneliness room to breathe. He sat. He reached inward. He found the seal in his core, a gate massive and iron and warm on one side like standing too close to a furnace. The fox's chakra was on the other side. Red, heavy, carrying the weight of something that had been alive since before human civilization figured out how to build walls. When Naruto pulled on it, just a thread, just the smallest filament, it came willingly, too willingly. It surged through his coils like a river finding a new channel and hit the shadow seal on his palm like a wave hitting a seawall. The reaction was immediate and violent. Yin energy, the shadow technique's foundation, flared in response to the yang energy of Kurama's chakra. The two forces met inside Naruto's body and did something neither Jiraiya nor any available scroll could explain. They orbited each other. Two currents of energy, running parallel through the same network, refusing to merge but refusing to cancel. Like two storms sharing a sky, each one enormous, each one independent, each one aware of the other's presence and choosing coexistence over collision. Naruto's body was the battleground for that coexistence. The first time it happened, he passed out for 2 hours. The second time, he stayed conscious but his hands shook for a day afterward. The third time, the shadows around him turned red. Every shadow in a 100-meter radius bled crimson for 6 seconds. His shadow seal burned, pain like a brand, and then settled. The orbiting energies found their rhythm. The shaking stopped. The red faded back to black. Jiraiya watched this from behind a boulder with his notepad out and his pen frozen mid-stroke. Well, the Sannin said, that's new. By the end of month 3, Naruto could draw on the fox's chakra at will and route it alongside the shadow technique's energy without the two interfering. His shadow travel range doubled, then tripled. The speed of his shikigami deployment increased to the point where the gap between summoning and arrival was imperceptible. The fox's energy wasn't feeding the shadows directly, it was feeding Naruto, whose increased reserves fed the shadows in turn. A bigger engine pulling a bigger trailer. The math was simple, even if the execution was anything but. Phase 2 began in the 7th month and lasted through the 14th. Rapid escape came first. The ritual should have been simple. The shikigami was classified as minor, a utility summon rather than a combat one. But classifications meant nothing when you were standing in the center of an arena you'd created and watching several hundred shadow rabbits pour out of every available surface with the singular intent of overwhelming you through sheer volume. They were fast. Individually, each rabbit was nothing, a puff of yin energy wearing a cotton shape. Together, they were a tide. They filled Naruto's field of vision in seconds. They covered his legs, his arms, his chest. They piled on top of each other. They multiplied. Every one he threw off split into 2 more. Every shadow he destroyed reformed in the next available shade. The fight was absurd and brutal simultaneously. Naruto was laughing for the first 10 minutes. Who fights rabbits? Who trains by drowning in rabbits? And then the laughter stopped because the pile was crushing him. The weight of infinite small things becoming one enormous thing. His air running thin under the mass. He won by pulling the shadows out from under them. Literally. Reaching into the ground beneath the swarm and pulling the shade away so there was nothing for the rabbits to reform from. Denying them their medium. It took him 45 minutes of struggling under the weight to figure it out. And when the last rabbit popped out of existence, he lay in a field of nothing with grass stains on every inch of his body and the contract settling into place. Jiraiya was sitting on a rock nearby, eating an apple, looking like a man who had just watched the most entertaining thing in his professional career. "Shut up," Naruto said from the ground. "Didn't say anything. You were thinking it." Then came the edge of something larger. A Jito, the merged beast, a shikigami that the scrolls described in terms that made Jiraiya uneasy, and Naruto leaned forward. It could not be tamed by force. It could not be summoned by ritual. It had to be formed, and forming it required something Naruto didn't have yet. He knew this because he tried. In the 14th month, at midnight, in a clearing surrounded by ancient trees whose shadows hadn't moved in centuries. Naruto pressed his palms together and reached for the convergence point. He felt it. He felt all of his shikigami stir in response, felt them begin to pull toward each other inside the technique, felt the potential of what they could become if combined. And at the center of that potential, at the nucleus around which Agito would form, there was a missing piece. A keystone that everything else leaned against. Mahoraga, the final shikigami, the one that had to be tamed before the combination could complete. Naruto stood at the edge of that ritual and felt what was on the other side of it, felt the shape of what Agito would be, felt the echo of something inside it that sounded like... He pulled back, his hands dropped, the potential dispersed like heat rising off pavement. "The time's wrong," he told Jiraiya afterward. "I need Mahoraga first. I need the whole circle before I can close it." Jiraiya nodded. He didn't push. He'd learned by now that Naruto's instincts about the technique were better than any scroll's advice. Phase 3 sharpened everything. Naruto at 14 was a different creature than Naruto at 12. Taller, the growth hitting him in the way it hits boys who burn more calories than they consume, lengthening him without adding bulk yet. His face was losing the last of its childhood roundness, the jawline emerging, the eyes settling into something steadier. His hair was longer, tied back now, practical rather than aesthetic, because loose hair was a liability in combat, and the pack had taught him to eliminate liabilities. His movement changed. The brash forward charge that had defined his fighting style at 12 was gone, replaced by something fluid, multi-directional, flowing between shadow travel and physical combat, like a swimmer flowing between strokes. He entered fights from angles that shouldn't exist and left them before his opponent registered where the entry point had been. Noe was faster now. The lightning bird had grown, its wingspan doubled, its voltage tripled, its ability to maintain sustained bombardment extended from seconds to minutes. It had learned to fire from inside shadows, emerging only the lightning itself, keeping its body hidden, making the source of its attacks impossible to pinpoint. Great Serpent had evolved in a different direction. The massive shadow snake had learned to move through indoor spaces, emerging from the shadow beneath a table, flowing along the shadow cast by a hallway, compressing its enormous body into gaps that physics said shouldn't accommodate it. This changed everything about ambush tactics. There was no such thing as a safe interior space anymore. The toad had regrown its tongue, longer than before, stronger, with a barbed tip that could puncture through body armor. And totality. The shadow beast that carried 2 wolves had developed a behavior that Jiraiya pointed out during a sparring session in month 18. It was positioning itself between Naruto and threats before Naruto had consciously registered those threats. Moving preemptively, reading the environment faster than human cognition, and responding before the human's awareness caught up. "They're becoming an extension of your instinct," Jiraiya said one evening. Watching Naruto move through a training course with all 4 active shikigami in perfect synchronization. Less command and response, more limb and nervous system. "They were always that," Naruto said. He was 15 by then, voice deeper, body harder, eyes steady in a way that made people twice his age look away first. "No," Jiraiya shook his head. "Before, you were a pack leader giving orders. Now you're something else. The orders are happening below language, below thought. The gap between your intention and their action is closing towards zero." Naruto considered this, looked at Totality, who was watching the tree line with ears oriented toward a sound neither human could hear. Looked at Nue, who had adjusted its patrol pattern 3 seconds ago in response to a change in wind direction that Naruto hadn't consciously noticed. "Good," Naruto said. Jiraiya watched this. He felt pride, real pride, the kind that builds in the chest over years of watching potential become reality. But underneath the pride, something else lived, something that recognized what he was looking at. A weapon system that had moved past the need for its operator's conscious input. The pack was becoming autonomous. The boy at its center was becoming something that had no living comparison. It was, if Jiraiya was honest with himself in the way he rarely was, slightly terrifying. The intelligence report reached them in the 28th month. They were camped in the land of rivers, A rest stop between training locations, 3 days from anywhere. The messenger hawk landed on Jiraiya's arm at dawn with a scroll bearing the Hokage's personal cipher. Jiraiya read it. His face changed. What? Naruto was cleaning his kunai by the fire. Totality was curled behind him, one eye open. Akatsuki. Jiraiya rolled the scroll shut. 2 members, spotted near Konoha's northern border. They're scouting, looking for you. Naruto set the kunai down. His expression didn't change, the same steady assessment that had replaced the reactive intensity of his younger self. He was running calculations behind those eyes. Distance, timeline, threat assessment. How long do we have? 3 days if they're moving at standard reconnaissance pace. Then we go back. Jiraiya studied him. You want to intercept? I want to find them before they find home. Naruto stood. The fire's light cast his shadow long against the ground, and inside that shadow, things stirred. I know what Akatsuki is. I know what they want, and I'm not going to wait for them to come knocking when I can answer the door first. They broke camp in under 10 minutes. Naruto traveled fast, shadow hopping through the forests of the land of rivers, each jump covering distances that would have taken hours on foot. Jiraiya kept pace through his own methods. The Seinen speed was legendary for a reason, but even he was pushing to match the boy's travel rate. They reached the northern border in 2 days rather than 3. Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki were in a forest 20 kilometers from the border marker. They traveled without urgency, 2 men confident enough in their own abilities that speed was unnecessary. They were here to observe, to measure, to bring data back to their organization. They were expecting to find a Jinchuriki, a container with a powerful beast inside, protected by Konoha's defenses, requiring extraction through force or deception. They were not expecting the container to find them. Naruto tracked them from below. Shadow traveled through the forest floor's permanent shade. The canopy here was dense enough that sunlight barely reached the roots, which meant the ground was one continuous field of accessible shadow. He moved through it like a fish through water, invisible, undetectable by standard sensory techniques. Totality moved through the tree line above, a separate vector, approaching from the east while Naruto came from the south. Noi was high, silent, its lightning suppressed, circling at an altitude where it would register as a bird rather than a threat. The toad waited in a stream to the north. Great Serpent moved beneath the earth itself, reading the vibrations of 2 sets of footsteps through the soil like a seismic sensor tracking earthquakes. Kasame sensed something first. The shark man stopped mid-step, his hand going to Samahada's wrapped handle. The sentient sword pulsed on his back, reacting to a chakra signature it couldn't identify. Something was near. Something with energy it didn't recognize. Itachi. I know. Itachi's Sharingan was already active, 3 tomoes spinning in each iris, reading the world in a way that no other eyes could match. He caught it, the faintest disruption in the shadows beneath the trees to their left. A ripple where stillness should be, a depth where flatness was expected. He was already moving when Totality emerged from Kasame's own shadow at point-blank range. The shadow beast erupted from the shade beneath the shark man's feet, claws first, driving upward, aimed at the gap between Kasame's ribs and the sword on his back. Kasame's reflexes saved him. He twisted, Samahada swinging off his shoulder in the same motion, the massive scaled blade intercepting Totality's claws with a screech of metal against shadow substance. And then Samahada tried to eat. The sentient sword did what it always did. It opened its scales and drank, attempting to absorb the chakra from whatever it had contacted. Its mouth found Totality's shadow fur, found the yin energy that constituted the beast's physical form, tried to consume it. The sword convulsed. Its scales slammed shut. A sound came from it, halfway between a gag and a scream, and it jerked away from Totality's body with such violence that Kasame nearly lost his grip. Shadow energy and standard chakra were different substances. Samahada was designed to drink one. The other was poison to its palate. Well, Kasame said, his grin spreading wide and genuine across his shark teeth. That's a first. Max Elephant hit him from the left. The massive pink form materialized from the shadow of the largest tree in the clearing, appearing with the same sky-cracking displacement it had used on the Wave Country Bridge, its trunk already swinging, its mass already in motion. The trunk connected with Kasame's chest, and the impact sent him through 1 tree, 2 trees, 3, each trunk cracking down to the roots as the shark man's body punched through them. Kasame hit the 4th tree and stopped. His grin was wider than ever. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were alive with something that looked like joy. Finally, he stood, rolled his shoulders. Samahata hummed on his back. Something that hits back! The toad's tongue snapped from the stream to the north, wrapping around Samahata's handle, while Kasame's attention was forward, trying to yank the sword from his back. Kasame felt it, spun, cut the tongue with a water technique that emerged from his offhand. But the half-second of distraction was enough for Max Elephant to close the distance again. This time, the elephant's trunk didn't swing, it aimed. A pressurized jet of water erupted from the trunk's tip and hit Kasame's center mass, driving him back into the ground, creating a trench in the forest floor that extended 30 meters. Kasame was laughing the entire time. The man was insane. Genuinely, wonderfully insane in the way that only someone who lived for combat could be. He was having the time of his life even as the elephant's water jet pinned him. Meanwhile, Itachi. The Uchiha moved through the trees with a speed that made air resistance feel like a personal insult. His Sharingan tracked everything, the positions of the shadow beasts, the trajectory of the lightning bird overhead, the flow of shadow energy beneath the surface. He was reading the battlefield the way a conductor reads a score. Every piece visible, every movement anticipated, except the conductor hadn't found the boy yet. Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi's voice carried through the trees. Flat, carrying nothing, or carrying everything compressed so small it looked like nothing. I know you're here. Naruto emerged from the shadow of a rock 15 meters to Itachi's right. He came out at an angle, body turned 45 degrees, eyes aimed at Itachi's collarbone rather than his face. At the bridge of his nose rather than his eyes. He'd learned this years ago. The wolves taught him, you don't stare a predator in the eyes unless you're issuing a challenge you can back up. And against a Sharingan user, eye contact was the trap that sprung every other trap. He fought Itachi at an angle, always at an angle. Itachi noted this. His expression shifted, the barest tightening around the eyes that said he recognized what he was looking at. A boy who had been briefed. A boy who knew what the Mangekyo Sharingan could do and had developed a counter-strategy based on never giving it the opening it needed. Clever, Itachi said, and attacked. His speed was beyond anything Naruto had faced outside of Orochimaru, and unlike the Snake Sannin, Itachi's speed was married to a precision of movement that wasted nothing. Every step covered maximum distance. Every strike threatened maximum damage. Every angle exploited maximum vulnerability. Naruto shadow traveled, left the spot where Itachi's shuriken were arriving, 3 of them trailing wire, designed to bind and redirect, and emerged from the shadow of a falling leaf 6 meters to the right. His counter was immediate, a kunai thrown at Itachi's weapon hand, totality swinging from behind, new firing from above. Itachi's Sharingan read all 3 attacks simultaneously, and he dodged all 3 with a single movement, a sidestep that took him between the kunai's trajectory and totality's claw arc, while a clone took Nue's lightning bolt and dispersed. Then Amaterasu fired. The black flames erupted from Itachi's left eye, targeting Naruto's position with the inexorable certainty of something that, once aimed, never missed. The flames were alive in a way that other fire techniques weren't. They tracked, they followed, they burned until their target was consumed, and no amount of water or wind or conventional counter could extinguish them. Naruto shadow traveled. The flames followed. He emerged 30 meters away. The flames adjusted trajectory instantly, curving through the air like they were on rails. He dove into another shadow, emerged from a 3rd point. The flames split, one stream heading for each potential exit, cutting off his escape routes. The tension of it was absolute. A fire that could not be extinguished, chasing a boy who lived in the spaces between shadows. If it caught him, if a single tongue of that black flame touched his body, it would burn until he was ash, regardless of what techniques he applied. Great Serpent. The earth tore open between Naruto and the pursuing flames. The massive shadow snake erupted from below, coils wider than houses, scales reflecting nothing because they existed in a spectrum below light. and interposed its body between the Amaterasu and its target. The black flames hit the serpent's flank, hit shadow scale instead of human flesh. And something happened that Itachi's Sharingan recorded but didn't immediately explain. The flames dispersed. They spread across the shadow scales and weakened, not extinguished but diffused, spreading thinner and thinner across the massive surface area until they were burning at a temperature too low to maintain cohesion. Shadow substance was a poor fuel. The Amaterasu needed something to burn, and the great serpent's body wasn't something in the conventional sense. It was shadow given form, yin energy shaped into scales, and yin energy didn't oxidize the way physical matter did. The flames died in stuttering patches across the serpent's flank. Some scales were damaged, scorched away, leaving gaps in the shadow armor that hissed with residual heat. The serpent coiled tighter, bringing its head around to shield its wounded section, and its ancient eyes found Itachi with an expression that predated mammalian emotion. Naruto was breathing hard. His shoulder ached. One tongue of flame had come close enough to singe the edge of his jacket, but close wasn't contact, and the jacket could be replaced, Itachi assessed. His left eye was bleeding. Amaterasu's cost, paid in blood and pain every time it was used. His Sharingan was spinning faster now, recording the Shadow Beast's movement patterns, the boy's travel angles, the way the entire battlefield was being shaped by a 15-year-old with more tactical awareness than most jonin he'd fought. And the Shark Man was losing. Itachi could hear it. Kasame's laughter was less frequent now, the sounds of impact suggesting that Max Elephant and the Toad were finding their rhythm against his partner. Samehada refused to absorb the Shadow Beast's energy, which meant Kasame's primary advantage, chakra theft, was neutralized. The mission was reconnaissance. The mission was data collection. The mission was not a prolonged engagement against an opponent who had just demonstrated the ability to counter Amaterasu through environmental manipulation, Kisame. Itachi's voice carried across the battlefield with a flatness that was itself a command. "We're done here." A grunt from the distance. Then the sounds of combat ceased. Kisame appeared at Itachi's side in the next moment. Battered, bruised, grinning with blood on his teeth, but obedient, they withdrew. Two S-rank shinobi turning their backs on the fight and vanishing into the tree line with a speed that said, "This is our choice, not a retreat." Naruto watched them go. His hands were still raised, shadow seal active, energy flowing, body ready for the next exchange that wasn't coming. He held the posture for 10 full seconds, then 20. Then he let it drop. He sat down hard on a tree root. His legs were shaking, adrenaline burning through muscles that no longer needed it. Totality appeared beside him immediately, pressing its head against his knee. The big shadow beast's warmth radiated through his pants and into his skin. "They'll come back," Naruto said. His voice was steady, but his hands weren't. "With more." Jiraiya dropped from a tree. He'd been positioned half a kilometer back, watching through a telescope. Insurance. The backup plan that was never needed, but should always exist. He walked to Naruto and crouched beside him. "What did you learn?" Jiraiya asked. Not how did it go? Not are you okay? What did you learn? Because that was what mattered, Naruto thought. Organized. Spoke. The Sharingan is their controller's biggest weapon. Eye contact is the trigger. If I never give it that trigger, half their arsenal is locked. The black fire is a problem. Great Serpent can diffuse it, but the damage is real. And the sword, the living blade, can't eat shadow energy. That's an advantage they won't have a counter for. Jiraiya nodded. And the assessment? Your read on what comes next? They're going to report back that the Nine Tails host has something they weren't briefed on. Something that counters their standard extraction protocol. Which means next time, they won't send two. Naruto's jaw tightened. They'll send enough. And can you handle enough? Naruto looked at his palm. The shadow seal pulsed. Steady, slow. The heartbeat of something that went deeper than he'd ever reached. Beneath it, at the very bottom, Mahoraga waited. The thing he needed. The thing every previous wielder had died trying to claim. The thing that would make the difference between surviving what was coming and being a footnote in Akatsuki's mission log. I need Mahoraga. He said it like stating the temperature, a fact, not a request. There's no timeline where I fight what's coming without the final shikigami. The math is simple, and I've been avoiding it since the valley. You haven't been avoiding it, Jiraiya said. You've been getting ready for it. Naruto looked at his teacher, found the truth in that statement, accepted it. Then I'm ready now. Jiraiya held his gaze for a long time. Then he stood and offered his hand. Naruto took it, rose to his feet. The shaking had stopped. I know a place, Jiraiya said. A field in the land of iron, ancient, salted. The shadows there are permanent, burned into the ground by battles fought before the hidden villages existed. It's the closest thing to a perfect arena for what you do. How far? 4 days at your speed, 6 at mine. Then keep up. They traveled. 4 days became 3 because Naruto shadow traveled through the nights when the shadows were longest and the ground was one continuous road for him. Jiraiya kept pace, barely, sweating, his age showing in ways he would never admit. Because keeping up with the kid had become a point of pride, he refused to abandon. The void plain opened before them on the 3rd evening. It was everything Jiraiya had described and something more. A flat land stretching in every direction, devoid of vegetation, the earth stained a color that wasn't brown or black, but something in between. Ancient. Salted by blood so old it had become mineral rather than organic. The shadows here didn't move. They didn't respond to sunlight or time of day. They were fixed, burned into the ground like scars burned into skin, permanent records of violence that predated memory. Naruto stepped onto the plane and felt the shadow seal on his palm ignite. The energy here was sympathetic. The yin chakra saturating the soil recognized the yin chakra in his technique and responded, humming, vibrating, a resonance that ran from the ground through his feet and up his spine like a tuning fork finding its note. This was the place. This was where it would happen. I'm staying at the edge. Jiraiya's voice was tight in a way Naruto had never heard before. I cannot interfere. The ritual requires the summoner alone. If I step onto that field while the fight is happening, the contract invalidates, and I know. Naruto looked at him. I read the same scrolls you did. Jiraiya's jaw worked. He wanted to say something. Naruto could see it building behind the man's eyes. Some piece of advice, some encouragement, some expression of the feeling that had grown between them over 2 years of training and traveling and being the only person in each other's orbit. Kid. Yeah. When? Naruto smiled. Small. Real. The smile of someone who has heard what matters and doesn't need it dressed in more words. He walked onto the void plain. Behind him at the field's edge, Jiraiya sat down on a rock and pressed his hands together and did something he hadn't done since Minato died. He prayed. The preparation took minutes. Naruto dismissed every active shikigami, totality, the toad, great serpent, max elephant. One by one they returned to shadow space, each one reluctant, each one pushing back against the recall because they could feel what was coming. An instinct told them their summoner should have allies for this. He sent them away anyway. The ritual demanded solitude. The rule was ancient and absolute. One summoner, alone, against the final shadow. He stood in the center of the void plain with nothing but his body and the seal on his palm. The wind was cold. The sky was gray. The fixed shadows on the ground hummed beneath his feet. He pressed his palms together, closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were different. The shadow seal active at full resonance. His irises the color of midwinter shadow. Pupils expanded until the blue was almost gone. His voice came from somewhere below his chest, from the place where the technique lived in his bones. With this treasure, I summon Mahoraga. The ground did not erupt. The sky did not crack. There was no dramatic emergence, no explosion of shadow substance, no earthquake announcing the arrival. Mahoraga rose. From the shadow beneath Naruto's own feet, the shadow cast by his own body, the deepest shadow available because it was the one that belonged to him in the most fundamental way possible, something began to ascend, slowly, with the patience of a tide coming in, shadow pooling upward, taking shape, solidifying layer by layer like something being built from the bottom up. First the feet, massive, humanoid, wrapped in chains of light that flickered between existence and non-existence. Then the legs, the torso, arms that ended in hands large enough to palm Naruto's skull, a sword that materialized in the right hand, a blade made from the absence between stars, carrying an edge that existed in the space where physics stopped making promises, and on its back, the wheel, 8 handles, turning slowly, each rotation a sound like a gear engaging, click, 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 the rhythm of something calibrating itself against reality. The adaptation wheel, the thing that made Mahoraga the ender of every wielder who had come before. The mechanism that said, hit me once and I will never be vulnerable to that thing again. Mahoraga stood fully formed, towering. Its height doubled totalities, a giant made of shadow and light and the memory of every fight it had ever won, which was all of them. Every single one. Its eyes found Naruto. They were old, older than the plane beneath them, older than the technique that housed them. They carried the weight of uncounted centuries spent at the bottom of a shadow system, waiting for someone to call, waiting for someone to challenge, waiting for someone worthy of the effort of breaking. Mahoraga lifted its sword. Naruto moved. Shadow travel, the fastest entry he could manage, diving into the fixed shadow 3 meters to his left and emerging behind Mahoraga's right knee. His kunai was already in motion, yin enhanced, aimed at the gap between the chains on the creature's calf. The blade connected. Cut, drew something that wasn't blood but served the same function, a leak of shadow essence from beneath the chains. The wheel turned. One click, Naruto shadow traveled again. Same technique, different exit point, emerging at Mahoraga's left side. Same strike, same target, the gaps between chains. His kunai hit nothing. Mahoraga's body blurred, its entire form shifting 3 centimeters to the right in a movement that didn't register as movement at all. The adaptation was instant. Shadow travel from the left was now a known quantity. The timing, the angle, the distance of emergence, cataloged and countered. One strike was all he got. He came from above, launching himself from the fixed shadow on a rock formation at the field's edge, descending with gravity-enhanced speed. His fist led. Yin chakra concentrated in the knuckles, more than he'd ever channeled into a physical strike. The hit landed. Mahoraga's head snapped back from the impact. The creature's body rocked. Something cracked. A chain link. Fracturing under the force. The wheel turned. Click. Naruto landed. Came at the legs with a sweeping kick. Mahoraga's foot rose and caught him mid-sweep. The kick was redirected. His momentum stolen. His body launched sideways with a force that suggested the creature had known exactly where his leg would be before it arrived. He hit the ground. Rolled. Came up. 20 seconds into the fight, and he'd learned the first lesson. Nothing repeats. Each attack works once. Once, he cycled through his options. Taijutsu from the right landed, turned the wheel. Taijutsu from the left blocked before it arrived. Shadow traveled to the blind spot behind the wheel itself, the spot that should have been a vulnerability. Mahoraga's sword was already there, cutting through the space he was emerging into. Naruto barely dodged. The blade missed his throat by the width of a finger. The edge passed through the air and the air screamed. The sword. He needed to address the sword. He feinted left, went right, closed distance inside the blade's arc where the length was a disadvantage rather than an asset. Got his hands on Mahoraga's forearm, pulled, trying to unbalance, trying to create a gap. Mahoraga's free hand caught him by the chest and threw him. He flew 20 meters. Hit the salted earth in a spray of mineral dust and bounced twice before friction stopped him. His ribs, the ones that had healed from the valley, sent a warning pulse. His breath came short. The wheel clicked again. Mahoraga had adapted to close-range grappling. Naruto stood, spat blood, took inventory. Shadow travel countered after first use. Physical strikes countered after first connection. Grappling countered. Approach from above countered. The creature was building a library of his tactics and adding a new volume every time the wheel turned. He had to stop repeating. The second phase of the fight was Naruto reinventing himself in real time. He'd built his entire combat style around the pack. Coordinated assault, layered offense, the same strategies applied from different angles and positions. Pattern, repetition. The strength of consistency. Mahoraga was immune to consistency. The wheel ate pattern for fuel. So Naruto abandoned pattern. He threw everything he'd learned about fighting into the air and replaced it with chaos. True chaos. The kind that has no rhythm, no beat, no predictable sequence. He attacked with his elbow, then with a thrown rock, then with his forehead, then with a technique he invented in the moment it was needed. A pulse of yin energy from his palm that wasn't a strike but a push, moving air rather than connecting with flesh. Each one worked once. Each one turned the wheel. Each one added to the library. The wheel was filling. Mahoraga's body was becoming denser with each adaptation, the chains tightening, the movements becoming faster, the counter-responses arriving sooner. It was learning him the way a language learns its own grammar, compiling rules from examples, building structure from instances, and it was hitting back. Mahoraga's sword came down in an arc that split the ground where Naruto had been standing a half-second ago. The fissure ran 10 meters in both directions. The salted earth opened like a wound, and the shadow beneath was visible, permanent, ancient, deeper than anything Naruto had ever traveled through. He dodged, kept dodging. The sword was fast, faster than something that size should move, fast enough that his reactions were the only thing keeping him alive, rather than any kind of read or anticipation. Mahoraga's fists connected. The impact was a full stop. A punctuation mark delivered to Naruto's sternum that sent every thought out of his head and replaced them with white static. He hit the ground, skidded, tried to rise, and his arm buckled. The one that had taken the secondary shockwave, the muscles refusing to contract. At the field's edge, Jiraiya took one step forward, caught himself. His hands were shaking. His jaw was clenched so tight the tendons stood out on his neck like cables. Naruto was on the ground, blood in his mouth. His ribs from the valley, the ones that had healed twice now, had cracked again. One knee, then the other, then an arm, then a push, ugly, graceless, shaking. His legs beneath him, swaying, standing. The wheel clicked. Mahoraga had adapted to the ground and rise pattern too. The creature was already in motion for the follow-up, its sword descending toward the exact point where Naruto's rise would bring his head. Naruto didn't rise the normal way. He fell backward instead, letting his knees give out, dropping flat, the blade whistling over him with centimeters to spare. From the ground on his back, he kicked upward, both feet connecting with the base of Mahoraga's sword wrist, the impact jarring enough to disrupt the creature's grip. The sword wavered. Mahoraga's fingers loosened for a fraction of a second. The wheel clicked, adapted to that too. The grip reformed, the sword steadied. But the fraction of a second mattered because Naruto used it to move, to roll sideways into his own blood shadow on the ground and emerge 5 meters away, gasping, buying time he desperately needed. Minutes passed. How many? Naruto lost count. Each one was its own war, a series of never-repeated attacks, each one working once, each one adding to the wheel's library, each one drawing him closer to the inevitable conclusion that the wheel was approaching capacity and he was approaching exhaustion. The wheel had turned dozens of times. Mahoraga was adapted to shadow travel in all standard vectors, physical strikes from all angles, yin energy pulses, thrown weapons, environmental manipulation, improvised techniques, sound, vibration, deception, misdirection. Every tool in Naruto's considerable arsenal, cataloged and countered, he was running out of things that worked once. And Mahoraga was still standing, still swinging, still advancing with the patience of something that had existed longer than patience itself and would continue to exist long after this boy was a memory. The sword came. Naruto dodged barely, and the mist took a strip of his jacket and the skin beneath it. Blood ran down his ribs. His vision was starting to blur at the edges from accumulated damage. His chakra was lower than it should be. The fight was consuming reserves faster than the fox's trickle could replenish. He was going to lose. The math said he was going to lose. The wheel had processed everything he could throw, and the remaining options were nothing. There were no remaining options. Every external attack he could conceive of had been tried and adapted to. The library was full. The sword descended, and in the moment between the blade's arc and his death, Naruto understood. The wheel adapts to techniques, it adapts to chakra, it adapts to everything external that impacts it. What it cannot adapt to is something that was never external in the first place. The shadow seal on his palm was the source, the root, the origin point of the entire technique, the 10 shadows beginning and ending in the wielder's own connection to shadow space. Mahoraga was a product of that system, born from it, housed within it. As much a part of the technique as the seal itself, you cannot adapt to the thing that made you. Naruto didn't hit Mahoraga. He reached down, into the ground, into the fixed, ancient, permanent shadow burned into the salted earth of the void plain. Shadow that had been here since before this battlefield existed, since before the technique existed, since before the concept of shadow had a name. He pulled. The ground beneath Mahoraga's feet became a mouth. The fixed shadow, unmovable, unchangeable, permanent in a way that defied the normal rules of light and time, opened. It opened because Naruto told it to, and the seal on his palm was the authority it recognized. Mahoraga fell into shadow space, through the floor of reality, down into the void that underpinned the technique, the place where shadow lived when it wasn't being shadow, the space between form and formlessness where the 10 shadows technique stored its creations. Naruto followed. He let himself sink, through his own shadow, through the surface of the world and into the substrate beneath. The last thing Jiraiya saw was the boy's bloody face, calm despite the impossibility of what was happening, disappearing into the earth like water being absorbed by sand. Then the field was empty, both of them gone. Inside shadow space, the rules changed. Here, Mahoraga's wheel was irrelevant. The wheel adapted to impacts from the outside, forces acting upon the creature from an external source. But inside shadow space, there was no outside. There was only the technique, only the system, only the wielder whose seal was the foundation everything else stood upon. Mahoraga fought. It was enormous even here, its sword cutting through the void, its presence displacing the nothing around it with the weight of something that refused to be diminished. It swung and the void parted. It roared and the space vibrated. But here, Naruto was fighting with something different. He was fighting with presence, with the accumulated weight of everything the 10 Shadows technique had given him and everything he'd given it in return. 10 years of partnership, 10 years of growth. Every shikigami tamed, every battle survived, every drop of blood paid and every bond forged and every loss endured. The white dog's death, the valley, the 2 years of training. Every moment compressed into a single sustained statement of will that filled shadow space the way water fills a vessel. He was everywhere. He was the space itself. He was the shadow that Mahoraga stood in, and the void that surrounded them both. Mahoraga's sword struck, and Naruto was on both sides of the blade simultaneously. The creature's fist swung, and Naruto was inside the arc, was behind the fist, was beneath the arm, was above the shoulder. The wheel tried to turn, click, but there was nothing to adapt to. The wielder wasn't attacking from the outside. The wielder was the inside. The fight lasted longer inside than any observer could have measured from outside. Time in shadow space was subjective, a function of will rather than physics. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. What mattered was the trajectory. Mahoraga's resistance diminishing in increments, its sword swing slowing, its massive body beginning to acknowledge what its ancient intelligence had already computed. The wielder was the technique. The technique could not be overcome from within. Mahoraga stopped. The wheel ceased turning. The sword lowered, its star absence edge dimming, its threat receding like a tide going out. The chains on its body loosened. Its posture changed from combat ready to something else. The creature extended one hand, palm up, open, toward Naruto. Naruto looked at that hand, looked up at the ancient face above it. The face of something that had been waiting at the bottom of this technique for longer than human history could measure. He looked into its eyes and found something there, respect. The recognition of one will by another. The acknowledgement that this boy, this bleeding, exhausted, bruised boy who had refused to repeat himself and then refused to play the game at all, had done what every other wielder couldn't. Naruto reached out and took the hand. The contract sealed with a sound like a bell struck in a cathedral. A single, pure tone that rang through shadow space and up through the layers of reality above it, audible on the void plain, where Jiraiya sat white-knuckled on his rock. Audible in the salted earth itself, Naruto emerged alone. He came up through the ground, rising from the shadow at the field's center the way he'd gone in, his body materializing from blackness into the gray afternoon light. Standing, barely, his arms at his sides, his hands open, blood on every surface of his body, his breathing the only sound in the entire plane. Mahoraga was inside the technique now, sealed, waiting, a new presence in the shadow, massive and still, and watching with the patience of something that had found a wielder it deemed worthy. Naruto took 3 steps across the salted earth. Each one cost him something. Energy he didn't have, stability he was faking, strength that existed only because stopping wasn't an option he recognized. Then he sat down, simply sat, his legs folding beneath him, his body lowering to the ground with the particular slowness of someone who has pushed past every limit they possess and arrived at the other side of empty. Jiraiya was already walking across the field. The fight was done, the ritual complete. His presence could no longer interfere. He walked fast without running, because running would mean panic, and panic would mean admitting how close the last hour had come to ending differently. He crouched beside Naruto, put one hand on the boy's shoulder. The contact was solid, real, an anchor. "I got it," Naruto said. His voice was barely there, a whisper carried on breath that smelled like blood and exhaustion. "I know." 2 words. The silence after them was enormous and earned and said everything that words couldn't reach. They stayed on the void plane for 3 days. Naruto slept, real sleep, the deep kind that borders on unconsciousness, the kind the body demands after it's been pushed beyond what biology should allow. Totality manifested while he slept, the shadow beast curling around him, shielding him from the wind that crossed the salted earth, radiating the combined warmth of 2 wolves and a decade of loyalty. On the 2nd day, Naruto woke long enough to eat. On the 3rd, he stood, stretched, tested his body, joints, muscles, chakra flow. Everything ached, but nothing was broken that wouldn't heal. He called mahoraga. The seal on his palm flared. The shadow at his feet deepened, and from it, with the same slow patience of its first emergence, mahoraga rose, fully formed, chained and armed, and carrying the wheel on its back. But different. Something in its posture was different. The angle of its head, the position of its sword. Less threat, more readiness. Waiting for direction, rather than waiting to destroy. Jiraiya was 40 meters back. He'd started retreating the moment Naruto's seal flared. Self-preservation, reasonable, rational, the response of a man who had watched this creature nearly kill the most determined person he'd ever met. Mahoraga manifested fully and turned its ancient eyes toward Naruto. It waited. "Stand down," Naruto said. Testing. Offering the simplest command, Mahoraga stood down, its sword arm lowered, its posture relaxed, as much as something eternal could relax. Jiraiya's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. He settled on one that was equal parts wonder and the kind of exhaustion that comes from sustained terror finally releasing its grip. "Well," the Sannin said, "I guess you really aren't every wielder." Naruto smiled. Then he dismissed Mahoraga, the creature sinking back into shadow space with the same patient tide that had characterized its arrival, and turned to face the next horizon. "Ajito's next," he said. "I've got all the pieces now. You want to rest first? Maybe a week? A month? A decade?" "Tomorrow," Jiraiya sighed, but he was smiling when he did it. The formation of Ajito happened the following evening, in a clearing. Naruto selected for its shadow coverage a ring of ancient trees whose canopy created a permanent shade on the forest floor. He sat in the center, cross-legged, palms on his knees. "Bring them all out," he said, to himself, to the seal, to the technique that had been his companion since he was 5. Every shikigami manifested simultaneously. Totality, massive, bipedal, shadow-fur dense and real. Nua, wings spread wide, lightning flickering between its feathers. Max elephant, enormous, pink, its presence displacing the air. The toad, squat and powerful, tongue coiled. Great serpent, rising from beneath the earth, coils filling the available space. Rabbit escape, hundreds of small white forms pouring from every shadow, coating the ground like living snow. And Mahoraga, last to arrive, rising from the center shadow behind Naruto, its wheel turning with slow clicks, its sword resting at its side. 7 distinct shikigami. The full circle. Naruto had never manifested them all at once before. The chakra cost was staggering. He could feel it draining, a river flowing out of him in 7 simultaneous streams. The fox's energy pulsed in response, supplementing, keeping the flow sustainable for the minutes this would require. He reached into the technique, past the individual connections to each shikigami, past the command structures and the bonds, into the seams between them, the connective tissue of the technique itself, the substrate that linked all shadow creations into a single system. And there, in the connection between them, he found what had been waiting since the forest of death, since a white wolf died to protect him and its shadow essence didn't fully vanish. The echo, the residual, the piece of Shiro that hadn't gone into totality, that had instead sunk deeper, below the fusion point, into the root system of the technique, where lost shadows went when they departed the physical world. Naruto reached for it. The ring of shikigami began to move, converging, drawing inward toward the center where Naruto sat. Not commanded, not pulled, but choosing, moving toward the convergence point of their own volition, because this was what the technique wanted. This was what it had always been building toward. Mahoraga's wheel began to turn faster, not adapting, but integrating. Its chains loosened. Its form began to shift, edges softening, body compressing, shadow substance releasing from its fixed shape and flowing toward the center. Great Serpent's coils shrank, compressed, the massive body breaking down into component shadow particles that streamed inward like iron filings toward a magnet. Max Elephant followed, its enormous form disassembling, the pink mass becoming shadow essence, becoming flow, becoming contribution, one by one. Noise lightning carrying inward as the bird's body came undone, the toad collapsing into shadow spray. Rabbit escapes hundreds of forms popping out of existence and their combined essence pouring toward the convergence point. Totality, last of the main shikigami, holding its shape longest, its shadow fur the final thing to release. The two wolves combined love the final ingredient to join the mixture. Everything poured into a single point in front of Naruto, a singularity of shadow essence. Every shikigami he'd ever tamed, every beast he'd fought alone, every ritual he'd survived, every drop of blood he'd paid, compressed into a space the size of a fist. Then it expanded. Agito rose from the convergence point like dawn rising from a horizon. It built itself from the combined essence, taking aspects from each contributor but belonging entirely to none. Mahoraga's wheel was visible on its back, turning faster than it ever had on Mahoraga alone. Great Serpent's scales showed beneath skin that was simultaneously totality's shadow fur. Nue's lightning crackled along its hands and forearms in arcing patterns. The toad's tongue coiled at its hip like a weapon holstered. Max Elephant's mass distributed throughout, giving it a density that made the air compress around its body. It was a chimera made of 10 shadows collapsed into one, a being assembled from the sum total of everything Naruto had earned, and it spoke. The voice was layered, multiple tones running simultaneously, harmonics that should have clashed but instead created a chord. Naruto heard Nue's electric crackle in it, heard the bass rumble of Great Serpent, heard the deep warmth of totality, and beneath all of them, woven through the others like a thread of silver through black cloth, a voice he hadn't heard in 3 years, a voice that was gentle and steady and carrying a frequency that said, I'm here, I'm still here. Naruto's face broke open, the steady composure he'd built, the pack leader's mask, the warrior's expression, the version of himself that was ready for everything, cracked along lines he'd forgotten existed. Shiro. The white dog's voice came through Agito's layered speech. Hello, pup. The sound that left Naruto was below language. His eyes burned, his throat closed. 3 years of carrying the absence, 3 years of the empty space in his chest where the white wolf's bond had lived, and here it was. Changed, transformed, living inside something new rather than gone entirely. You were there the whole time, Naruto managed. Inside the technique, waiting. So everything given to shadow returns to shadow eventually. Agito's voice, all of them and one of them simultaneously. I was the seed, this is the tree. Naruto pressed his palms against his eyes, breathed. Let the grief and the joy and the overwhelming reality of this moment move through him without trying to hold any of it still. Jiraiya was 40 meters back. He'd retreated there during the convergence, step by step, instinct driving him backward as the shikigami began combining. He'd seen things. He'd seen three-way battles between Sannin. He'd seen the fourth Hokage seal a tailed beast into a newborn child. He'd seen war on scales that civilized people pretended didn't happen. He had never seen anything like this. He was certain that no living person had. What do I call you? Naruto asked, his voice steadier now. His hands dropped from his face. You already know, Agito answered he did. The weeks that followed were calibration. Agito could manifest independently of its component shikigami, or Naruto could dismiss Agito and access the individual creatures separately. 2 modes, unified and distributed, the pack or the singularity. Each one appropriate for different circumstances. Agito's capabilities were absurd. The adaptation wheel, inherited from Mahoraga, functioned at an accelerated rate, processing incoming threats with a speed that made combat against it essentially futile after the first exchange. Great Serpent's scale armor gave it durability. Noise Lightning gave it range. Totality's instinctive protection meant it moved to shield Naruto before threats were consciously registered. Max Elephant's mass meant that anything it hit stayed hit. Naruto trained with it for 2 weeks, learning its rhythms, its preferences, the way it moved, and the way it communicated. It was like learning a new member of the pack from scratch, except this member carried the memories and personalities of every other member inside it. Then the intelligence reached them. Orochimaru had rebuilt. The Snake Sanin's arms, destroyed by the third Hokage's sacrifice, had been replaced. A body transfer jutsu. Orochimaru had taken a new vessel, discarding his damaged form for a fresh one. He was whole again, building an army in the land of sound, preparing for something, and he had Sasuke. The intelligence was clear on that point. Sasuke Uchiha was in Orochimaru's compound, training, growing stronger under the Sanin's tutelage, learning techniques that required someone with eyes willing to pay costs other eyes refused. Naruto read the report. His expression was the flat, even surface of water before a storm. "I'm going," he said. Jiraiya didn't argue. He'd learned 2 years ago that arguing with Naruto about pack was like arguing with gravity about falling. Solo? The pack is coming, but I'm not taking a team. This is personal. Jiraiya weighed this, found it acceptable. I'll be 5 kilometers back. Communication range. You won't need to communicate. Naruto stood. The shadow seal on his palm burned steady. I'm not planning to be there long enough for backup to matter. Orochimaru's compound was underground, carved into the bedrock beneath the Land of Sound's forest, a network of tunnels and chambers and laboratories that spread for kilometers beneath the earth. The guards were elite. Soundnin, trained by a Sanin, augmented by curse marks, operating in rotation shifts with overlapping fields of coverage. They were not equipped for what happened when a boy stepped out of a guard's own shadow, and Mahoraga was standing behind him. The first guard didn't have time to raise his hand for a signal. Mahoraga's presence, the raw yin energy radiating from the ancient shikigami, hit the man's nervous system like a shutdown command. He was unconscious before his body registered the threat. Naruto moved through the compound like water through pipes. Shadow travel through the unlit corridors and underground. Everything was unlit. Everything was available. He emerged from one shadow, assessed, dismissed resistance with whatever level of force the situation demanded, and sank into the next shadow before anyone 3 rooms away even knew something was wrong. Nu moved through the ceiling spaces, lightning ready, arcing through the compound's electrical systems and shorting every alarm in its path. Great Serpent slithered beneath the lowest level's floors, its massive body functioning as a sensor grid. Every footstep in the compound registered, cataloged, mapped. Totality walked the main corridors. This was intentional, a presence so overwhelming that it drew attention toward itself and away from Naruto's lateral movement. Soundin responded to Totality the way soldiers respond to a tank appearing in their hallway, with panic, with retreating, with the particular sound human beings make when their training fails to account for reality. Mahoraga guarded the exits. Standing in the compound's 3 access points, 1 per entrance, its sword drawn, its wheel turning. Anyone attempting to flee would encounter the most terrifying thing the 10 Shadows technique had ever produced, and the likelihood of successfully passing it was 0. The compound fell in 20 minutes. 20 minutes between Naruto's first emergence and the last guard hitting the ground. 2 decades of Orochimaru's work, the laboratories, the training facilities, the army of augmented soldiers, dismantled by a 16-year-old and his pack with an efficiency that would have been admirable if it weren't so unsettling. Sasuke was in the lower levels. A training chamber, large, well-equipped, designed for someone practicing techniques that required space and heat tolerance. Naruto found the room through Great Serpent's seismic mapping, and shadow traveled to the wall outside it. He paused there, one hand on the stone, breathing once, twice. Then he stepped through. Sasuke was mid-technique when Naruto emerged from the wall's shadow. The curse mark's second form was active, wings unfurled, skin discolored, power radiating off him in waves that distorted the training dummies around the room's perimeter. He sensed Naruto immediately, spun. His Sharingan, 3 tomoe in each eye now fully matured, locked onto the figure stepping from the wall's shadow. And his expression cycled through 3 things very fast. Recognition first. Then something that looked like relief before it was buried. Then the thing he landed on, something almost like defiance, but carrying too much exhaustion to sell the performance. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here either. Naruto looked at him. The full weight of 3 years of growing and grieving and becoming something that Sasuke's absence couldn't diminish, all of it present in the assessment. How's the power working out for you? Sasuke's wings folded. The curse mark receded. A choice. A conscious de-escalation. He stood in his training chamber in his standard form and met Naruto's eyes, and the gap between them was visible in the way a canyon is visible from its edge. I'm stronger, Sasuke said. Yeah. Naruto leaned against the wall he'd emerged from, crossed his arms. The posture was relaxed in a way that communicated more than tension could. It said, I'm here, but I'm not fighting you. You are. Question is whether the strength is yours or his. It's mine. Then why are you still in his basement? The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. Sasuke's jaw tightened. His hands, which had been loose at his sides, curled into fists. The answer was complicated and involved things he wasn't ready to articulate. Ambition and shame and the particular trap of having accepted help from someone you despise and needing to finish what you came for before you can leave. Naruto read all of this from Sasuke's body, the way the wolves had taught him to read bodies. In the tension of shoulders, the angle of a jaw, the position of weight on feet. He read it and decided to accelerate the timeline. Orochimaru is going to use your body as a vessel, he told Kabuto. We got the file. Flat. No performance. No softening. Truth delivered the way it deserved to be delivered. Sasuke's face went still. Very still. The kind of stillness that means everything is happening internally at a speed that external expression can't match. You knew, Naruto said. It wasn't a question. I suspected. And you stayed? I needed. Sasuke stopped. His fist tightened. I needed to be strong enough to kill my brother. Orochimaru was a path to that. The risk was your body, your life. Everything you are, traded to a snake for power you could have built yourself. You don't know what's your. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Naruto's voice dropped a register. The shadow seal pulsed on his palm. I've been building power since I was 5 years old, and none of it required selling my body to a parasite. You want strength? I watched you climb trees and wave. I watched you fight Haku in that dome. The strength is already there, Sasuke. It's always been there. You just wanted a shortcut because the real path meant admitting you couldn't do it alone. Sasuke stared at him. 3 years of distance compressed into the space between their bodies. 3 years of running from the pack, from the offer, from the outstretched hand on a bridge in wave country. All of it present in this room, in this moment, in the silence between what Naruto had said and what Sasuke couldn't. Before either of them could speak again, the air changed. Something entered the compound. Something that moved through stone and shadow with a familiarity that meant it had built this place and knew every inch of it. Something that smelled like snakes and ambition, and the particular arrogance of a man who believed his intelligence made him untouchable. Orochimaru walked through the training chamber's door. He was different. The body was new, younger, fresher, carrying none of the damage the third Hokage had inflicted. His arms worked. His hands were whole. His smile was the same one it had always been, too wide, too knowing, carrying the weight of someone who had seen too much and decided that made him better rather than broken. Naruto-kun, the greeting carried poison underneath silk. I see you've dismantled my facility. How rude. Your guards weren't much. Naruto pushed off the wall. His posture shifted, relaxed to ready in a transition so smooth it looked like nothing changed at all. Oh, I noticed. Orochimaru's eyes swept the room. Found Sasuke, found Naruto, found the space between them and the implications of what this conversation had been. Trying to steal my investment after I spent so long nurturing. Naruto's hands pressed together. Mahoraga. The training chamber's shadow erupted. Mahoraga rose behind Naruto with the same patient tide of its taming ritual, chains gleaming, sword drawn, wheel already turning with its first click as it registered the threat in the room and began cataloging. Orochimaru's smile faltered. For the first time in the conversation, the first time since entering the room, something other than amusement registered on his face. He remembered the forest of death, the white dog's death, totality's emergence and the claws that had carved fear into his chest. That had been a 12-year-old's creation. This was something else entirely. Interesting, Orochimaru said. His voice was level, but his feet had shifted, weight backward, ready to move, the body's honest assessment overriding the mind's performance of confidence. Naruto did not give him time to assess further. Mahoraga moved. The ancient shikigami closed the distance between itself and Orochimaru with a speed that contradicted its size. The sword leading, aimed at the center of the Sanin's new body, with an edge that existed between concepts of sharpness. Orochimaru dodged, substituted. The body that took the sword was a shed skin, hollow, empty, the snake-like escape technique that had saved him 1,000 times before. His real form emerged from the wall to the left, already weaving hand signs, already launching a counter. Shadow snakes erupted from his sleeves, dozens of serpents made of chakra, each one biting, each one carrying venom. They hit Mahoraga's body. The wheel turned. Click, adapted. The snake bites stopped penetrating. Their venom ran off the chains without effect. Orochimaru switched techniques. Wind blade from his mouth, a cutting technique that had bisected buildings in the past. It hit Mahoraga's chest. Click, adapted. The second wind blade dispersed against the now resistant surface. Fire, earth. Orochimaru's hands were blurred. Technique after technique pulled from a library decades in the making. Substitution jutsu to avoid Mahoraga's counterstrikes. Body reformation to survive the hits that landed despite his evasion. Every trick, every tool, every piece of knowledge accumulated across a lifetime of genius-level study. The wheel processed each one, clicked through them with terrifying efficiency. One by one, Orochimaru's options were eliminated from the possible column and transferred to the useless column. His face changed. The calculation happening behind those yellow eyes. The assessment, the rejection, the reassessment. Naruto watched it happen in real time. Watched the moment it landed. Orochimaru could not win this fight. The Sanin's body coiled. Preparing to shed, the final escape. The ultimate snake technique. Abandoning the vessel entirely and fleeing as a serpent form. His jaw unhinged. His body began to split along invisible seams. Naruto had planned for this. Great serpent. The floor of the training chamber exploded upward. The massive shadow snake that had been coiled beneath the compound's at lowest level since Naruto first entered, erupting through stone and metal with its body already in formation. Coils, wrapping, closing. The ancient shadow serpent met the fleeing snake form of Orochimaru at the room's threshold and caught it. Wound around it, tightened. Orochimaru's serpent form thrashed inside the great serpent's grip. Tried to slip through, but shadow scale met physical scale and the contact was absolute. There was no gap to slide through, no space to squeeze between. The great serpent squeezed. Naruto walked forward, past Mahoraga, the ancient shikigami stepping aside for its wielder, past Sasuke, who stood against the far wall with his Sharingan spinning, recording everything, his expression unreadable, past the wreckage of the training chamber. He stopped in front of the great serpent's coils, in front of the trapped, thrashing, diminishing form of the man who had killed Shiro in the forest of death. The third should have killed you, Naruto said. He spent his life on it and still gave you too many chances. I'm not him. His hand pressed against the great serpent's scales. Yin energy flowed, feeding the shadow snake, strengthening the coils, making the grip absolute. The end was fast. Compression. The serpent form could not maintain its cohesion under pressure that exceeded what physical matter was designed to withstand. Orochimaru, genius Sanin, the snake of the three legendary ninja, ceased to exist between one heartbeat and the next. The sound was small, smaller than it should have been for the ending of something that large. Naruto stood over what remained and said nothing more. There was nothing more to say. The account that had opened in the forest of death, the one written in white fur and a gentle presence that would never sleep across his feet again, was closed. He turned. Sasuke was in the doorway, arms at his sides, curse mark fully receded. His eyes, Sharingan off now, just black irises in a pale face, fixed on the spot where Orochimaru had been. The compound was silent around them. The army was gone. The master was dead. The vessel was free. "The lair is gone," Naruto said. "The army is gone. You want to come back?" Sasuke's jaw worked. His hands opened and closed at his sides. The weight of 3 years, the leaving, the training, the isolation, the thing he'd gone to accomplish that now sat in different light without the snake's shadow over it. "Not yet," Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him, held the gaze for 3 full seconds, then nodded. Okay. It was the most functional conversation they had ever had, and it cost Naruto something to turn his back and walk away from it, to leave Sasuke standing in the ruins of a choice that was no longer necessary, trusting him with his own timeline. But forcing someone into the pack was not how the pack worked. The door was open. It had been open since a rain-soaked bridge in Wave Country when Naruto offered his hand to a wet, furious boy in a pond. He walked. Sasuke stayed. The trust was the hardest thing Naruto had ever given anyone, harder than fighting Mahoraga, harder than watching Shiro die. He gave it anyway, because that was what pack meant. Naruto returned to Konoha 1 week before Pain arrived. The village had changed in his absence, rebuilt from the invasion, expanded in places, fortified in others. Tsunade's administration had spent the time skip strengthening infrastructure and response protocols. The walls were higher. The sensor networks were more comprehensive. The Jonin roster had been reorganized for rapid deployment. Naruto walked through the main gate at 16 years old with totality at his flank, and a shadow that pooled around his feet like something alive. The gate guard stared. The civilians on the road stopped walking. A child pointed and said something to its mother that made the woman look up, and then very quickly look away. He was different, and everyone could see it. Taller, harder, carrying himself with the particular stillness of someone whose every movement is intentional, because wastefulness is a luxury that combat doesn't permit. The shadow seal on his palm was visible when he moved, pulsing with a steady rhythm that made nearby shadows lean toward him like plants leaning towards sunlight. Tsunade met him in her office. She looked him up and down with the assessment of someone cataloging tools for a war she could feel approaching. "You grew?" she said. 2.5 years will do that. Jiraiya's report says you tamed Mahoraga. Yes, she stared at him. He stared back. 2 stubborn people who would rather eat glass than express sentiment, recognizing in each other the same unbreakable quality that made them both insufferable and both necessary. "The intelligence suggests Akatsuki is regrouping," Tsunade said. "We've confirmed 6 members eliminated across various encounters with other villages, but the leadership structure remains intact. Their goal, the 9 tails. I know." Naruto sat in the chair across from her desk without being invited. Totality manifested behind him, filling the office's back wall with its presence, its shadow fur brushing the ceiling. "They'll come here. It's the logical move. Force a confrontation at a fixed point rather than chasing me across the continent." Tsunade's eyebrow rose. "Since when do you do strategic analysis?" "Since Jiraiya spent 6 months teaching me to think like the people trying to kill me." He met her eyes. "I have a week, maybe less. I'm going to spend it mapping every shadow in this village and planning response patterns for whatever they send." "You're that certain they're coming?" "Nagato won't send scouts again. He'll send everything." Tsunade leaned back. Her eyes were sharp, the eyes of a woman who had bet her life on combat medicine and won every gamble through skill rather than luck. "Then we prepare," she said. "What do you need?" "Shadow coverage maps, sightline analysis for every major intersection, and people to stay out of the way when it starts." "The last one's going to be the hardest." "I know." They prepared. 7 days of mapping, planning, positioning. Naruto walked every street in Konoha, every alley, every rooftop, every covered market and shaded park. He memorized the shadow patterns at every hour of the day. He identified the blind spots, the places where sunlight was total and shadow travel was impossible. He noted the underground passages, the sewer systems, the infrastructure tunnels where permanent shade ran unbroken throughout the entire village. On the 7th day, Pain came. 6 bodies, 6 paths, each one controlled by a man named Nagato, operating from a distance. a puppeteer running 6 devastating weapons through shared vision and shared purpose. They arrived at dawn. They came from the sky, dropping from a height that should have killed them, landing in the village's outer districts with impacts that cratered stone and announced their presence to every sensor in a 3-kilometer radius. The Deva Path, Nagato's primary weapon, carrying the Renegade's gravitational techniques. The Ashura Path, mechanical, armed, bristling with weapons that shouldn't exist in biological tissue. The Animal Path, surrounded by summons that erupted from the ground like an army emerging from nothing. The Human Path, the Preta Path, the Naraka Path. 6 weapons of a single will, they began destroying. The Deva Path raised its hand. Almighty push. A sphere of gravitational force expanded from its palm. Buildings within the impact radius didn't fall, they disintegrated, reduced to component materials by a force that pushed in all directions simultaneously. 3 city blocks ceased to exist in the time it took to exhale. People ran. Shinobi responded, Jonin, Chunin, Anbu materializing from every available position to engage. It wasn't enough. The paths were S-rank individually, and there were 6 of them operating with shared senses and coordinated strategy. Naruto was already moving. He'd been on a rooftop when the first path landed. He saw the devastation begin and made his decision instantly. The 6 were the shield. Nagato was the target. He needed to find the puppeteer. He sent Agito to the front line. The merged shikigami manifested in the center of the village's main thoroughfare, between the paths and the fleeing civilians, between the destruction and the people it would consume. Agito's form filled the street, Mahoraga's wheel spinning on its back, great serpent scales visible beneath shifting skin, lightning arcing along its arms. The shinobi who saw it, the Jonin and Anbu who had been engaging the paths and losing, froze for a full second before processing what they were looking at. A creature assembled from shadows and impossibility, standing in their village's street with an aura that made the air taste like the boundary between worlds. Agito engaged. The Deva Path's gravitational push hit Agito's chest. The force was enormous, the same technique that had leveled buildings. The wheel turned. Click. The second gravitational push hit nothing. Agito's body had adapted, its shadow substance reconfiguring to disperse the gravitational force across its entire surface rather than absorbing it at a single point. The technique became irrelevant. The Asura Path fired. Mechanical weapons, missiles, blades, projectiles from hidden compartments in its body. They hit Agito from 3 angles simultaneously. Click, 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 adapted. The third volley bounced off a surface that had become impervious to kinetic projectiles. The Animal Path summons charged. A massive multi-headed dog, a rhino, a bird with a wingspan that blocked out the morning sun. They hit Agito together. Coordinated. Overwhelming force from multiple vectors. Agito's response was Nue's lightning arcing from both hands, sustained bolts that hit each summon simultaneously, the voltage calibrated to exceed their physical tolerance. The dog dispersed. The rhino dropped. The bird's wings locked from muscular seizure and it fell from the sky. The watching shinobi of Konoha saw this. They saw a creature that belonged in the pages of mythology standing in their streets, taking everything 6 Rinnegan-wielding bodies threw at it and adapting, taking each new technique, processing it, becoming immune, and then responding with force that made the paths actually retreat. This was the story they would tell for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, Naruto ran. Shadow traveled through the village's underground passages, the sewer system that ran unbroken beneath every district. He moved fast, faster than he'd ever traveled in his life, because above him the village was being destroyed, and every second was a cost measured in bodies. Totality was with him, the shadow beast matching his pace through the underground shadows, its senses stretched to maximum range. Naruto needed the beast for one thing: finding Nagato. The chakra threads running from the paths back to their controller, thin, invisible to standard sensory techniques, but radiating yin energy in a frequency that Totality's shadow sense could detect. The threads ran north, through the village, past the walls, into the forest beyond. Totality's head tracked them like a hunting dog following a scent. Locked on, certain, leading Naruto through shadow after shadow toward their source, he emerged from the forest floor 3 kilometers north of the village wall. A clearing, trees, and there, half concealed by foliage, old and rusted structure, a chamber. Something built for hiding rather than habitation. He stepped forward. Naruto Uzumaki. A woman's voice. Konan, the paper user, Nagato's partner, his protector. She stood between him and the structure with sheets of paper floating around her like a halo made of mathematics. Naruto stopped. I'm going in. You can step aside or I can go through. Konan studied him. Her eyes were flat, carrying the weight of someone who had chosen her side years ago and wouldn't be swayed by a teenager's determination. But she was also reading him, assessing the shadow beast at his side, the energy he radiated, the absolute certainty in his posture. He will kill you, Konan said. People keep telling me that. Naruto walked forward. None of them have been right yet. Konan's paper stirred, lifted, began to fold into shapes that were weapons. Then she stopped, her hands lowered. The paper settled. Go, she said. Something had changed in her expression. Something about the boy's walk, his refusal to hesitate, his willingness to face what was inside without anger or performance, had reminded her of something. Someone, Naruto passed her, entered the structure. Nagato was inside. A ruined body and a mechanical walker, a device that kept him upright because his own legs had stopped functioning years ago. The Rinnegan blazed in both eyes, purple, ringed, carrying the weight of a Jujutsu that was considered divine. Chakra rods extended from his back, connecting him to the paths operating 3 kilometers away. His attention split between this room and 6 simultaneous combatants. He was barely alive. The technique that let him operate 6 bodies from a distance was consuming him, burning through what remained of his physical form with every passing minute. He was a man made of will and ideology and nothing else. The Nine-Tails host. Nagato's voice was thin. Reedy, coming from a chest that barely had the capacity to push air. You found me faster than I expected. Naruto stood in the doorway. Totality manifested behind him, filling the corridor, but Naruto's hand went back in a stopping gesture. Not yet. Hold. You killed people I care about, Naruto said. He stepped into the room, closer. Close enough to see the details of Nagato's ruined body, the wasting, the chakra rods, the eyes that were too large and too bright in a face that had nothing left to support them. Nagato's lip curled. It might have been a smile. It might have been a grimace. Pain is the path to peace. His voice carried conviction. The total, absolute conviction of someone who had organized their entire existence around a single idea. Shared suffering creates shared understanding. When everyone has lost equally, when everyone has experienced the same devastation, only then does the cycle of hatred break. And you decided you were the one to distribute that suffering. Naruto's voice was even. You decided the world needed a god of pain to teach it the lesson you learned. The world taught me first. Nagato's eyes, those terrible ringed eyes, burned with something that was equal parts rage and grief. I watched Yahiko die. I watched my home burn. I watched every person I loved taken from me by a system that rewards violence and punishes kindness. The world taught me that only through shared destruction can lasting peace be achieved. Naruto was silent for a moment. He looked at the man in the machine, at the ruins of a body spent in service to an idea, at the pain, real, genuine, valid, that had curdled into something monstrous over decades of isolation and reinforcement. You turned pain into a religion, Naruto said. I turned mine into a pack. You want to know which one actually works? The words hit Nagato's chest like a physical blow. Something in his eyes shifted. A flicker of the man underneath the ideology. The boy who had once believed in peace through understanding rather than peace through suffering. You have your shadows, Nagato said. Your creatures, your companions. And what happens when they are taken from you? When someone stronger comes and destroys what you built? You will feel what I felt, and then they already were taken. Naruto's voice didn't rise, didn't perform. I lost one of them, my first, my white dog, 3 years ago in a forest, to a blade that didn't hesitate, and I felt it. Every bit of what you felt, that absence, that howling emptiness where something precious used to live. Nagato was still, and I didn't turn it into a weapon against the world. Naruto took another step forward. I turned it into a reason to protect what remained, to grow what remained, to make what remained so strong that the next time something tried to take from me, it would break itself on what I'd built. The room was very still. The sounds of combat from 3 kilometers away, the distant thunder of Agito engaging the paths, felt like they belonged to a different world. "That is naive," Nagato whispered. But the conviction in his voice had cracked, the absolute certainty that had carried him through decades of this, through building an organization, through gathering weapons, through planning the destruction of an entire village, was fracturing under the weight of a 16-year-old's words. Maybe. Naruto stopped 2 meters from the mechanical walker. "But my people are alive. My village is standing, and your ideology is dying in a chair." Konan stood in the doorway now. She'd followed. Her face was blank, but her eyes were wet, and she was looking at Naruto with an expression that had shifted from assessment to something else. "He believed in the same thing you believe in once," she said. Her voice was raw. "Before the world taught him otherwise." Naruto heard this, filed it, let it live in the space where important things were stored, the things that would stay with him longer than this room, longer than this conversation, longer than the fight happening above their heads. Then he looked back at Nagato, at the man who had sent 6 weapons to destroy his home, at the man who was still, in this moment, sending those weapons because the paths were still fighting above, still causing damage, still killing people Naruto had sworn to protect. "End it," Naruto said. "Call them off, or I end you and they stop anyway." Nagato stared at him. The Rinnegan blazed and then dimmed. Something behind those divine eyes was making a calculation that went beyond combat, beyond strategy, into the territory of belief itself. "If I stop," Nagato said, "if I call them back, will you prove it? Will you prove that your way, your pack, your connections, your people can achieve what my pain could not?" "I don't have to prove it to you." Naruto's eyes were steady. "I've been proving it to myself since I was 5 years old. The proof is already built. You just won't be alive to see how it ends." Nagato closed his eyes. The chakra threads, the connections running to the 6 paths operating in Konoha severed. 3 kilometers away, 6 bodies dropped simultaneously. Mid-motion, mid-attack, mid-destruction. They fell like puppets with cut strings, collapsed to the ground in the streets they'd been devastating. Dead weight, dead eyes, dead. Agito stood alone in the street with its arms at its sides and the wheel on its back slowly ceasing to turn. In the chamber, Nagato opened his eyes one final time. "Prove it," he said. Naruto stepped forward and placed his hand on the chakra rod extending from Nagato's chest, pushed yin energy through it, a pulse of shadow that traveled the rod's length and hit the heart beneath. Nagato's eyes went wide, then dim, then closed. It was clean. It was final. And it was as much mercy as Naruto could offer a man whose body had been dying for years and whose ideology had been dying for the last 3 minutes. Konan watched from the doorway. She made a sound, small, human, the sound of someone watching the last anchor of their world disappear. But she didn't attack. She didn't move. She stood there with her paper floating motionless around her and watched the 16-year-old boy lower the dead man to the ground with hands that were steady despite everything. Naruto stood, turned, walked past Konan without a word. "Will you?" she asked as he passed. "Prove it?" He stopped, didn't turn back. "I already have." Then he walked into the forest, toward home, toward the village that was still standing because he'd found the controller and ended the signal. The streets of Konoha after Pain's assault were rubble and smoke, and people pulling each other out of wreckage. Naruto walked through them with totality at his side and every eye on him. Some grateful, some afraid, some wearing an expression that had no name in any language available. He was covered in someone else's blood. His shadow seal was still burning on his palm. The beast beside him was larger than a house and radiating an energy that made the air hum. He walked through the destroyed market district, past the collapsed academy wall, through the gap where a residential block had been before the Deva Path's gravitational technique erased it. A child, 7 years old, maybe 8, standing in the rubble of what had been a food stall, covered in dust, holding a rice ball in one hand. The child saw Naruto, saw the shadow beast, saw the blood and the seal and the power radiating from the boy walking through her broken neighborhood. She held out the rice ball. Naruto stopped, knelt, took it from her small hand with his large one, the one with the shadow seal, the one that had ended a god complex 10 minutes ago. He took the rice ball and held it gently and looked at the child, and something in his face shifted. He smiled. Small, warm, the smile of someone who has been given something worth more than power. "Thank you," he said. The child smiled back, ran to her mother, disappeared into the crowd of survivors. Naruto stood, ate the rice ball, kept walking. The village would rebuild. It always did. But this time, the name on everyone's lips wasn't a curse word. 2 weeks after Pain's assault, the intelligence shifted. What Akatsuki had been building toward, what Nagato had been used for, what the entire apparatus had been designed to achieve, it led back to a name that should have been dead for a century. Madara Uchiha. The real one. Alive through a combination of forbidden techniques, stolen genetic material, and an ambition that had outlived everything else about him by decades. Madara wanted the 10 tails. Every biju extracted, combined, used to cast a genjutsu across the entire world. The infinite Tsukuyomi. A dream he'd been working toward since before the village that defeated him existed, and he wanted to see the 10 shadows technique. The intelligence was clear on this. Madara had heard what happened to Nagato's operation. He was interested. The last Uchiha with the Rinne Sharingan wanted to see the only shadow technique capable of matching it. He wanted a fight before he ended the world. Naruto read the report in Tsunade's office. His face gave nothing away. "He'll come to me," Naruto said. "He wants the fox and he wants the fight. I'm both of those things in one place. You don't have to face him alone. I'm never alone." His shadow seal pulsed. Inside it, 7 creatures, an emerged entity, and a wheel that adapted to anything the world could produce waited for his call. Madara found him outside the village walls. 2 weeks after Pain, in a clearing east of Konoha, where the trees thinned and the ground was open enough for what was coming, he arrived from the sky. High above, a figure descending with the inexorable slowness of something that wanted to be seen before it landed. Armor, red and black. Hair that fell past his waist. Eyes that carried rings within rings. The Rinne Sharingan, a dojutsu that combined the powers of both legendary eye techniques into a single instrument. Madara Uchiha landed in the clearing. He didn't attack. He stood, waiting, like an appointment. Naruto looked at him and felt it. The recognition of something that stood at a level he had only touched once before in his life. The forest of death at 12 had been a child's terror. This was different. This was the informed, experienced, fully grown understanding of looking at the most dangerous thing he had ever stood in front of and knowing it. Mahoraga stirred in his shadow. Ajido stirred. Every creature in the technique responded to the threat with the same instinct. Prepare. The 9 Tails host. Madara's voice was the voice of someone who had been alive so long that other people's lifetimes registered as seasons. And the shadow wielder. I've heard interesting things. Then you know how this goes. Naruto's hands were loose at his sides. His shadow seal burned steady. I know how I want it to go. Madara's armor creaked as he shifted. Something that might have been eagerness lived in the angle of his body, the lean forward, the weight on the balls of his feet. A man who had lived past the death of everything that gave life meaning, who had found a new thing that interested him, and wanted to see it fully before he ended it. Show me. He attacked. The speed was beyond Jonin, beyond Sannin, beyond anything that existed in the current generation of shinobi. One moment, Madara was 10 meters away, and the next his fist was where Naruto's face had been, connecting with air, the shockwave from the mist ripping the grass out of the ground in a 2-meter radius. Naruto's shadow traveled, out of the impact zone, across the clearing, emerging from beneath a tree. Totality came with him. The shadow beast already moving to intercept, already putting itself between Naruto and the incoming follow-up. Madara's second strike hit Totality's forearm. The shadow beast slid backward 3 meters from the force, its feet carving trenches in the earth. Good. Madara's eyes tracked Totality's movement with interest. Fast response, loyal. But wood erupted from the ground. Massive wooden pillars, trees growing in an instant, shooting from the earth like missiles aimed at Naruto's position. Wood release. The first Hokage's legendary technique, stolen and replicated by the man who had fought him a century ago, Noe fired. The lightning bird emerged from Naruto's shadow and unleashed a volley that incinerated 3 pillars mid-growth. Max Elephant materialized and charged through two more, its mass turning ancient wood into splinters. Madara cut through Nue's lightning with a hand covered in the blue chakra of his Susanoo. The energy armor manifested, a ribcage first, then the skeletal frame, then the full warrior form rising around Madara like a second body made of hatred and will. Purple, enormous, carrying a sword and shield that radiated power older than any living nation. Totality's claws met the Susanoo's surface, scratched, drew lines of disruption across the energy construct's exterior, but didn't penetrate. The Susanoo's density exceeded what Totality's physical strikes could breach. Naruto's jaw tightened. The gap was real. Madara's Susanoo was a defense that his current deployment couldn't break through. I need something bigger. He sent the command through the shadow seal, dismissed the individual shikigami, pulled them inward. Every creature, every beast, every component. Agito. The convergence was faster than it had been during the formation. Practice making the combination seamless, the shikigami flowing together like water finding its level. One moment there were 5 distinct shadow creatures on the battlefield. The next moment there was one. Agito manifested. Full size, full power. The adaptation wheel turning on its back. Every component's strength flowing through a unified form. Madara's expression changed. The interested lean became something else. The widening of eyes that had thought they'd seen everything worth seeing and were being corrected. He looked at Agito, at the wheel, at the scales, at the lightning arcing along its hands, at the combined presence making the air between them taste like something that shouldn't exist. Now this, Madara said, is worth seeing. Agito struck the Susanoo. The adaptation wheel processed the energy barrier on contact, click, and the second strike hit a surface that had already been analyzed, already been calculated, already been overcome. The wheel's adaptation worked both ways, defense and offense. It adapted to what was hitting it, and it adapted its attacks to what it was hitting. The Susanoo cracked. Energy fractured along its surface like ice breaking. Madara escalated. The skeletal Susanoo became full, flesh and armor coating the bones, a complete warrior form that stood 50 meters tall. Then perfect, the final evolution, the only form Madara had ever needed to use against Hashirama himself. The perfect Susanoo rose over the clearing like a colossus, its presence blotting out the sun behind it. Blotting out the sun, creating the largest shadow Naruto had ever stood inside. The shadow of the perfect Susanoo stretched across the clearing like a blanket thrown over the earth, enormous, comprehensive, covering everything beneath the construct's impossible height. And inside that shadow, Naruto's seal burned brighter than it ever had. He didn't hesitate. He poured into it. Himself, Agito, Mahoraga called separately from the merged form, every scrap of shadow energy the technique could produce. They flowed into the Susanoo's own shadow like water filling a vessel. The space beneath the construct became territory claimed and held. Madara felt it, the shift, the change in the ground beneath his Susanoo's feet, the sudden sense that the shadow was no longer passive, that it had become something with intent. What? He started. The Susanoo's shadow rose up around it. Pillars of shadow substance, dense as stone, sharp as the absence between stars, erupted from the ground beneath the perfect Susanoo. They hit the construct from below, from inside its own shadow, from the space it had created by existing, from the territory it had handed to Naruto by being too large to avoid casting shade. The Susanoo buckled. Cracks ran across its perfect surface. Its feet lost traction. The ground beneath them was no longer ground but shadow, and shadow was Naruto's domain. Madara's ren sharing and spun. Every technique he had, and he had centuries of them, cycled through in rapid deployment. Fire that burned at temperatures beyond natural possibility. Wind that cut at the atomic level. Gravitational manipulation. Temporal distortion. Things that shouldn't be possible for any single wielder regardless of bloodline or genius. The wheel turned. Click, 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 click. Each technique processed, each one adapted to, each one rendered ineffective after a single application. Madara was working from a finite library. Even a century's worth of techniques was finite. And Agito's wheel processed each entry permanently. The realization landed on Madara's face like dawn breaking. The understanding that he was fighting something that countered the fundamental principle his power operated on. Variety, versatility, the ability to always have one more technique to deploy. Against the adaptation wheel, that strategy was a countdown to 0. He tried to disengage. The perfect Susanoo spread its wings, the massive energy constructs beating at the air, trying to lift the entire colossus above the shadow-filled ground. Naruto was already there. In the shadow, the wings cast as they spread. Rising up behind the Susanoo's back with Mahoraga's sword in his hand, borrowed, given, offered by the ancient shikigami for this moment. The blade that existed between concepts of sharpness found the perfect Susanoo's spine cut. The sound was the sound of something vast coming apart. The perfect Susanoo's energy fractured along the wound, spreading outward from the blade's entry point like cracks in a dam. Purple light bled from the fissure. The construct's wings stopped beating. Its arms went limp. Madara was falling, his Susanoo collapsing around him, the greatest defensive technique the Sharingan had ever produced, broken from the inside by a shadow that lived in the space the technique itself had created. Naruto met him on the ground. Madara hit the earth and rolled, shedding the remnants of his Susanoo like a lizard shedding scales, his body still functional, still dangerous, still carrying more combat experience than everyone else on the continent combined. He came up with his hands weaving signs. One final technique, one last gambit. Naruto was already there. Shadow augmented, the yin energy of the technique flowing through his body, making him faster than human, stronger than human, operating in the space between what flesh could do and what shadow allowed. His fist connected with Madara's jaw before the hand signs completed. The impact lifted Madara off the ground. The ancient Uchiha's body traveled 6 meters horizontally before hitting the earth again. He bounced, rolled, came to rest face up, staring at the sky. Naruto stood over him, breathing hard, the shadow augmentation fading from his body. The temporary state too costly to maintain, his reserves depleted by the battle's scale. Madara lay in the wreckage of his own legacy. The Rinne's Sharingan was flickering, power fading, the eyes that had been his greatest weapon losing their glow. Hashirama's equal, Madara said. His voice was thin, amused. I waited a century for someone strong enough to make me feel this. He coughed. Blood came. I didn't expect it to be a child who fights with shadows. I'm not a child, Naruto said. And these aren't just shadows. Madara's eyes focused on the boy above him. Something in them shifted, the ambition dimming, the drive releasing. A man who had lived so long that death was less a threat and more a rest that had been refused too many times. The infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara said. It was supposed to end suffering. Every person in the world dreaming the dream they most desired, forever. A dream isn't living, Naruto said. It's hiding. Madara's bloody smile was almost genuine. Hashirama would have said the same thing, in exactly that tone. He closed his eyes. His chest rose, fell, rose again, slower. Naruto knelt, placed his hand on the ancient man's chest, pushed yin energy through, the same clean end he'd given Nagato. A pulse that stopped the heart between one beat and the next. Madara Uchiha died at the age of 100 and something in a clearing outside the village he'd helped build. The man who had fought the first Hokage, who had lived through every era since, who had planned the enslavement of the world through a perfect dream, died under the hand of a 16-year-old whose power came from refusing to dream alone. Naruto stood in the destroyed landscape. The clearing was unrecognizable, cratered, scorched, trees flattened in every direction for 200 meters. The perfect Susanoo's wreckage still glowed faintly in the afternoon light, fading like embers. Ajito manifested beside him. The merged Shikigami's presence was a comfort, the combined weight of everything he'd built, standing with him in the silence that follows the end of something vast. The silence was enormous. The kind that exists after the biggest thing you've ever faced stops moving, and the world takes a breath it didn't know it was holding. Naruto breathed with it. The seal began to fail 3 days after Madara's death. Naruto felt it first as a warmth, a heat building behind the iron gates inside him, the fox's chakra pressing against barriers that were thinning by the hour. The stress of the full 10 shadows technique operating at maximum capacity alongside the Nine Tails energy had created structural degradation. The interference pattern that had served him for years, the two energies orbiting each other in careful coexistence, was becoming less careful. The orbits were destabilizing. Tsunade confirmed it in her office with her hands glowing green over his abdomen, her face fixed in the expression of someone delivering news they wish they could change. "The seal is weakening," she said. "The edges are losing integrity. It's progressive, accelerating rather than constant. If we leave it alone, within 3 weeks the Nine Tails breaks free." Naruto sat on the examination table and felt the truth of it in his body, the increasing heat, the fox's presence pushing outward with growing insistence. "3 options," Tsunade continued. "We reinforce it. I can manage that, buy you another 10 years. We break it entirely and face what emerges. Or, I'll go inside." 3 words, the decision already made before she offered it. He'd been carrying the fox his entire life. He'd used its chakra, fought against its influence, been shaped by its weight. 16 years of cohabitation with something he'd never truly confronted face to face. It was time. "You'll need help getting in," Tsunade said. "Jiraiya taught a meditation technique. I know the technique. He taught me in year 1. Naruto looked at the Hokage. "I'm doing this tonight." "Tonight!" Tsunade's eyebrow rose. "You don't want preparation time? Research? Backup plans?" "The seal isn't waiting for me to be ready, and I'm as ready as I'll ever be." He stood. The shadow seal on his palm pulsed in rhythm with the warmth in his core. 2 energies, 2 presences, both alive and both his to deal with. "Tonight!" Tsunade looked at him for a long time. The stubborn boy who had walked into her office at 12 with wolves at his side had become something else. Harder, sharper, carrying a certainty that came from having done impossible things until impossible became a description rather than a barrier. "Tonight," she agreed. He prepared in the training field. Alone. Sunset bleeding across the sky. Orange and red and purple, painting the village in colors that made it look like something from a story. He sat in the center of the field with his legs crossed and his palms on his knees and closed his eyes. The meditation technique was a pathway. An inward dive, dropping below conscious thought, below sensory awareness, into the deepest layer of his own chakra where the seal lived and breathed and held. He descended. The seal space opened around him like a cathedral built from water. Vast, echoing. The walls were made of something that wasn't stone, a substance between iron and chakra, old and worn and carrying the weight of 16 years of containment. Water covered the floor, ankle deep, warm, carrying a faint red glow that came from deeper inside. The cage was at the far end, massive iron bars, each one wider than a tree trunk, spaced just close enough to hold what they held. And behind them, Kurama. The Nine Tails was enormous in a way that defied comfortable comprehension. A fox the size of a mountain, 9 tails flowing behind it like rivers of chakra given form, each one longer than a city block, each one carrying enough energy to level a building with a single swipe. Its fur was orange and red. Its eyes were crimson and slitted and carrying centuries of memory behind pupils that focused on Naruto with an intensity that made the seal space's water ripple outward. But the fox was not raging. This was what struck Naruto first. Every description he'd heard, every reference in scrolls, every account of the Nine Tails' presence described mindless fury, hatred, the desire to destroy everything within reach simply because destruction was the only language it knew. The creature behind the bars was watching him with something else entirely, something that looked like assessment, evaluation, the gaze of something ancient that had been observing through Naruto's eyes for 16 years and had arrived at conclusions it would never volunteer. "You look different up close," Kurama said. Its voice filled the seal space, deep enough to feel in the bones, resonant enough to make the cage bars vibrate. Taller. Naruto stood in the water and looked up at the creature that had been his burden and his power source and his uninvited companion since the night of his birth. "You've been watching me," Naruto said. "I've been sealed inside you since you were a newborn." The fox's tail shifted, a motion that displaced enough air to create wind inside the seal space. "Watching is inevitable. Then you know why I'm here. The seal is failing." Kurama's eyes narrowed. "And you've come to negotiate, like your father before you, bargaining with beasts because you need something from us. My father sealed you. I'm not here to seal anything." Naruto stepped closer to the bars, close enough to feel the heat radiating from the fox's body, an energy that was simultaneously familiar and alien, The same warmth he'd felt his entire life, now identifiable as a source rather than a symptom. I'm here to offer. Offer. The word came from Kurama's throat like a stone dropped into a well. What could you possibly offer me that I don't have? A pack. The fox went still. Its tails, all nine, ceased their motion. Its eyes fixed on Naruto with an intensity that made the water boil where it contacted the cage bars. I've seen what your pack is, Kurama said. Its voice dropped lower. I've watched you build it. Your shadow dogs that grew from puppies to monsters, your lightning bird, your serpent, your wheel creature that adapts to everything. I've watched you fight and bleed and lose and rebuild for 16 years from behind these bars. Then you know what I'm offering you. You're offering me membership in a group of shadow constructs led by a child who... I'm offering you a place where you're chosen rather than chained. Naruto's voice cut through the fox's words with an edge that made the seal space ring. 16 years behind bars because my father made a decision for you. Before that, decades of being summoned, used, weaponized by Uchiha with Sharingan in villages that saw you as ammunition rather than a being. You've been property your entire existence in the human world. I'm not offering you more of that. Kurama stared. Its massive jaw, lined with teeth that could crush buildings, was closed. Its breathing was the only sound in the seal space, coming in waves that made the water rise and fall. What exactly are you offering then? Naruto reached out. His hand, the one with the shadow seal on the palm, extended toward the cage bars. Not reaching through them, not grabbing, just there, open, waiting. You walk with me, beside me. Your power and mine running together because you chose it, because you want to, because the door is open and you decide to walk through it. The cage comes down. The seal restructures into a partnership. Equal terms, equal. The word was a growl, a rumble of something that might have been anger and might have been something else. I am the strongest of the nine. I am centuries old. I am alone. Naruto said it without cruelty. Said it the way you say something that is true and necessary and terrible. You're the strongest thing in this room, and you've been alone your entire existence, chained or sealed or weaponized, but always, always alone. And I know what that feels like. I lived it for 5 years before 2 puppies fell out of my wall and changed everything. Kurama was silent. The seal space was very still. You've been watching me build something for 16 years, Naruto said. You've seen what it does. You've seen what it means. And I think in all that time, you've wanted it. The same way Sasuke wanted it. The same way every lone wolf I've ever met has wanted it while pretending they didn't. The fox's breathing changed. Faster. Its tails moved. Not with aggression, but with something that looked like agitation. The expression on its massive face was cycling through emotions that didn't have names in human language. Feelings that existed in a scale beyond what bipedal creatures were built to experience. If you let me out, Kurama said. Its voice was different now, stripped of the rumble, stripped of the performance of dominance. If you take down these bars, there is nothing stopping me from destroying everything you've built, from burning your village, from killing I know. Naruto's hand was still extended, still open, still waiting. But you won't. You cannot know that. I know because I've been watching too. Naruto smiled. Small, real. Every time I was in danger, every fight, every crisis, your chakra surged before I needed it. Not because the seal forced it, because you were trying to help. You think I didn't feel the difference between your energy being dragged out and your energy being offered? Kurama's eyes widened. Fractionally, the pupils contracted. 16 years, Naruto said. You've had 16 years to destroy me from the inside if you wanted to. The seal weakens in my sleep. It weakens when I'm exhausted. There have been 100 moments when you could have pushed through and you didn't. So either you're playing a very long game that doesn't make sense, or you already made your choice and you're too stubborn to admit it. The seal space was very, very still. Then Kurama laughed. A real laugh, startled out of the ancient creature against its own will. A sound that shook the water and rattled the cage bars and carried something that hadn't existed in the fox's voice in centuries. You are insufferable. So I've been told. Kurama's massive head lowered. Down from its full height, down past the cage bar's tops, down until its snout was level with Naruto's outstretched hand. Its eyes, crimson, slitted, ancient, looked at the shadow seal on the boy's palm, looked at the hand itself, looked at the face above it. "You are offering me something no human has ever offered a Biju," Kurama said. "In all the centuries I have existed, in every summoning, every sealing, every use, no one has ever said, 'Join me because you want to.' First time for everything." Naruto's hand didn't waver. Kurama reached through the bars. One massive paw, clawed, furred, radiating heat, extended through the gap between iron and pressed against Naruto's hand. The contact was a spark, an ignition. The seal space reacted immediately, the cage bars beginning to glow, the water beginning to rise, the entire structure trembling with the force of something fundamental changing. The seal didn't break. It restructured. The iron bars didn't shatter. They reformed, shortened, became something else, a gateway rather than a prison, an open arch rather than a cage. The binding contract written into the metal by the fourth Hokage 16 years ago rewrote itself, responding to the mutual intent on both sides of the bars, responding to the paw against the hand, responding to the choice being made simultaneously by both parties. The gateway opened. Kurama stepped through. In the physical world, Naruto's body erupted with light. The shadow seal on his palm flared, and inside it, where only yin energy had lived before, something new joined. Yang energy, Kurama's chakra, the fox's essence flowing into the technique's framework like a river finding a new tributary. The two energies didn't merge. They never would. They were too fundamentally different for true fusion. But they ran together now. Parallel, chosen, cooperative. The seal on his stomach reformed. The spiral pattern tightened, changed shape, became something that was less a lock and more a handshake. Two names written in the same space. Two presences sharing the same address by mutual agreement. When Naruto opened his eyes in the physical world, the training ground was bathed in golden light. His body radiated, shadow energy and fox energy running in visible currents across his skin, one black and one gold, intertwining without touching. The shadow seal burned brighter than it ever had, lit from within by something that had been alive for centuries and was now present instead of imprisoned. Jiraiya was there, standing at the field's edge with his arms crossed and his face doing something that didn't have a name. Pride and fear and awe and the particular expression of a man watching his student become something unprecedented. Naruto stood, stretched, felt the difference in every muscle, every chakra pathway, every shadow at his feet. The technique was the same. The seal was the same. But the power behind both had doubled because Kurama's energy was now supplementing by choice rather than leaking by accident. He called totality. The shadow beast manifested, and it was different too. The shadow fur was shot through with traces of golden light. Kurama's energy visible in the technique's oldest creation. The combined warmth of two wolves and a fox radiating from a single form. He called them all. Every shikigami, one by one, emerging from his shadow into the evening light. Totality, Nu, Max Elephant, the Toad, Great Serpent, Rabbit Escape, Mahoraga. And then Ajito, the merged form, manifesting last, its body carrying traces of the new energy in every surface. The training field was full. Shadow creatures of every size and description, arranged around a 16-year-old boy whose seal burned with two lights, black and gold, shadow and fire. And above them all, visible in the sky like a second sun, Kurama's chakra form. The nine tails was present, enormous and real and visible to anyone looking at the sky above the training ground. Its form was semi-transparent, made of golden chakra rather than physical substance. But it was there. All nine tails spread behind it. Its eyes looking down at the boy and the pack below with an expression that no one had ever seen on the nine tails' face before, stillness. The most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts, the creature of rage and destruction that had terrorized the shinobi world for centuries, was still, present, watching, and for the first time in its existence, at peace. Naruto looked up at it, at all of it. The pack around him, the beast above, the village visible on the horizon where lights were coming on in windows as evening arrived. His face did something simple, something that 12-year-old version of himself would have recognized instantly, because he'd done it 1,000 times from apartment windows and rooftops and classroom back rows. He smiled, full and warm and carrying the particular joy of someone who has spent their entire life building a home out of nothing and has finally Finally, finished the last room. A wolf howled. Totality, lifting its head to the evening sky, releasing a sound that carried everything. The white dog's gentleness and the black dog's ferocity, and Kurama's ancient power and Naruto's human heart. All of it compressed into a single note that echoed off the village walls and made every person in Konoha look up. It was the sound of completeness. Jiraiya sat on the field's edge and watched. He'd trained the boy for 2.5 years. He'd watched potential become power, become something else entirely. Something that surpassed what any single teacher could claim credit for. The student had left the teacher behind somewhere during those years, and Jiraiya had made his peace with that, the way all teachers eventually must. "Well, Minato," he said to no one, to the sky, to the memory of a man who had sealed a fox into his own son and died hoping. "I think he turned out okay." Sasuke came home on a Tuesday in October. No warning, no message, no messenger hawk or intelligence report or tracker team sighting. He walked through Konoha's main gate at dusk, with his hands in his pockets and his face carrying 3 years of something that had been worked through rather than avoided. He was wearing his headband, the one from Team 7. The metal plate was scratched, a single line across the leaf symbol from the valley, from the night he'd walked away. He'd kept it. Through the sound, through Orochimaru's death, through the months after when he traveled alone and trained alone, and discovered what alone actually meant, when there was no snake offering a ceiling to push against. He was wearing it now. And that meant something. The gate guards recognized him. Their hands went to weapons. Their eyes went wide. The alert protocol triggered, signals running through the village at the speed of trained muscle memory. Sasuke waited. He stood at the threshold of the village he'd been born in and left, and chose to return to. And he waited because he understood that waiting was part of the cost. The alert reached Naruto on the roof of the training hall. A pulse from the village's sensor network, a familiar chakra signature at the main gate, one that hadn't been felt inside these walls in over 3 years. Naruto stood. He was very still for a moment. The evening air moved his hair. The shadow seal on his palm pulsed, once, twice, and then steadied. He walked down from the roof, through the building, out the front doors, into the streets of Konoha at dusk. Streets that were full of ordinary life continuing, lights coming on in windows, someone selling dango from a cart on the corner, the sound of children playing in an alley 3 blocks over. He walked. He did not run. The gate grew larger as he approached. The Anbu perimeter was visible. Masks in the shadows, weapons ready, the village's defensive posture engaged for a returned missing 9 who was also an Uchiha, and also someone nobody knew how to classify anymore. Naruto walked past them, past the perimeter, past the gate guards, into the open space where the road entered the village and a single figure stood, Sasuke. 3 years. 3 years of distance and growth and parallel evolution, both of them becoming something the other couldn't have predicted. Naruto at 16 was a different person than Naruto at 12. Taller, harder, carrying a weight and a power that was visible in the way air moved around him. Sasuke at 16 was different too. The desperate edge gone, the performance of anger replaced by something calmer and more certain. They stood 10 feet apart. The space between them carried everything. Sasuke looked at Naruto, at the shadow seal visible on his palm, at the faint golden light that traced his chakra pathways from Kurama's partnership, at the steady, waiting presence of someone who had left a door open for 3 years and never once considered closing it. I went as far as it goes without a pack. It doesn't go as far as I thought. The words came from Sasuke the way Sasuke said everything that mattered, flat, direct, without performance or softening. But underneath the delivery was the admission itself, which was everything. Naruto's face didn't break into a grin, didn't perform joy or relief or triumph. Something moved in his eyes, something that had been holding a shape for 3 years and was finally allowed to release it. But his expression remained steady. Present, totality stepped forward. The shadow beast materialized behind Naruto, one massive paw stepping into the space between them, its body lowering, its head coming down to a level where a human could reach it. Not threatening, not defensive, an invitation. Sasuke looked at the shadow beast, at the creature that carried 2 wolves inside its frame, the one that had been aggressive and the one that had been gentle. the one that bit, and the one that stayed. The sum of everything Naruto had built since he was 5 years old, standing in front of him with its head lowered and its presence radiating the simplest possible message. You're welcome here. Sasuke's hand came up, slowly, crossed the remaining distance between them, and rested on Totality's shadow fur. The contact was warm, real. The fur gave beneath his palm, dense and soft and carrying a heat that came from somewhere deeper than physical temperature. Sasuke's hand rested there and something in his posture released, a tension that had lived in his shoulders since the night his clan died, that had been his armor and his prison for 8 years, that had driven him away from everything he needed because needing felt like weakness. It released. And what was left underneath was just a boy with his hand on something warm, standing at the gates of home. Naruto spoke. He said the words from the bell test, from the bridge and wave, from a valley that still bore the marks of what they'd done to each other. But he said them differently now. The first time they'd been a declaration, loud, certain, thrown at the world like a challenge. This time they were an offer. A lone wolf dies, Sensei, but the pack survives. He said it to Sasuke, the way you say something to someone who already knows it. The way you say the thing that has been true between you since long before either of you could name it. Soft, sure, final. Sasuke's hand stayed on Totality's fur. His eyes found Naruto's. Something in them, something that had been fighting for 3 years to not need this, surrendered. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The village continued around them, the dango seller calling out his prices, the children's laughter fading as they were called inside for dinner, the lights multiplying in windows as evening became night. Ordinary life. The thing that exists because people like Naruto ensure it continues existing. The pack stood complete at the gates of Konoha at dusk. A shadow beast with 2 wolves worth of love in its heart. A boy who had left and returned. A boy who had stayed and built. And above them, invisible to everyone except those who knew where to look, a fox made of golden light, ancient and powerful and choosing for the first time in its long existence to belong somewhere. The evening deepened. The last light went from the sky, and in the village of the hidden leaves, a pack that had started with 2 shivering puppies on a cold bedroom floor was finally, after everything, whole.
This man walked into every war the shinobi world threw at him, and left with more beasts, more bodies, and more broken legends at his feet. If you're not subscribed yet, what the fuck are you doing? Smash that like button, turn on notifications, and I'll catch you on the next one. Pack shit only. Stay dangerous.